What's up, everybody? It's time for some more Doctor Who Cope. This new episode, The Well, we're on episode 3 of season 2, by the way, or 16 in reality. And the cope is real because people's been getting some very shitty episodes. And this episode was directed well, pun intended. This episode had good tone, as in like it felt like a Doctor Who episode. They pretended like there was stakes for 80% of the episode, so a lot of people are coping hard about this episode. I thought it sucked. It was easily the worst episode I've seen so far. It was very boring. At least the Robot Revolution was kind of interesting. Lux was funny. That's episode 1. Then episode 2 was funny. Episode 3 was just boring and it was serious the whole time. People died. Their deaths didn't matter, and there were no good character moments. But let's hear people cope about this episode because it was the best thing They have gotten since this era started. A lot of people are calling this a 10 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I rate this episode a 1 out of 10, but let's hear my favorite cope artist, my favorite Doctor Who cope artist, DW fan 91. No profile,
Everybody,
doesn't
and
show his name
welcome
or
to
face,
Thursday
and
afternoon. What's
he's
going
gonna
on,
cope hard.
people?
We're also gonna
Yes,
play some auto
usually I
chess.
record these intros mere seconds before I watch the actual episode, but this
Look,
week
half of this video is him going like, check out the other reactions, guys. Most of the clips don't come from the episode or no stills from the episode because it sucked. And the other half is him going like, oh, I actually watched this at a good time and not at the butt crack of dawn, like when it aired, as soon as it dropped. Look, 4 minutes in, let's see what he's talking about.
what you will notice is just how animated I am. I'm so talkative in this reaction.
He's look, he's still introductory. He's still in the introductory phase. 4 minutes and 30 seconds in. He's like, guys, I'm so excited for this episode. It's gonna be fun.
You know who else is gorgeous? Belinda Chandra. And I'm sure to
Wrong.
those who enjoy it, there was a lot of fan service for the Doctor as well.
Wrong. Yeah, look, he said for those who enjoy it. So he's actually admitting a lot of people's not gonna enjoy this garbage.
But once we get into the base, things slow down and we get a brief bit of living quarters set, and then of course the well set,
Why? What?
which is awesome, by the way. The magnitude of that, they've really done well.
And we're looking at,
and then you
and look, he's showing clips from, he's showing clips of Donna because she wasn't in this episode.
realize how they could make the rest of the episode look so good. It's because the majority of the story takes place within one room with, I forget the name of the actress, which
Oh, he's talking about Midnight, which is what this episode was a sequel to, which is the only reason there's a plot. And the only reason it's digestible story because it's connected to something we already seen before with David Tennant's Doctor.
I shouldn't, because I was name dropping her all through the reaction. Rose Ailing Ellis. Totally didn't have to search that one up. She was on fire. I think
Who
some
cares?
people will say it's a bit too rushed, because I think that that's just a symptom of having 45-minute episodes.
So now he's saying the original, this format is garbage and we should go back to the original. I agree, but like, it wasn't rushed. And the only reason it was felt rushed is because he was rushing the plot. Everything else in the story, 90% of it, had nothing to do with the plot. They made you think it did, but it really didn't.
In the question, but is it strictly possible for an episode like this that relies so heavily on a previous episode? It is a hard sequel to an older story. Is it possible for it to be better? Is it possible for this story to be better than Midnight? Keep in mind, Midnight is one of the highlights of one of the best series of the modern show. So big shoes to fill. Big shoes to fill. And you know what? I don't want to make this a comparison
Look
between
at
the
him
two.
coping hard, bro. Talk about the episode.
Just on the way, conceptually, how it leaned on the story Midnight, to the point where my favorite part of the episode, it's revealed that the whole gimmick of the monster is based on the word midnight. It's like,
Isn't that crazy? Is that not insane? That the best part of the episode? Oh, hero aquatic fighting. I like this part. Is that not insane though? You don't see a problem with that? He said the best part of the episode is when they revealed the gimmick. That it was related to a previous episode, which is something we already knew. Like, if you're a Doctor Who fan, you already knew that months ago that we were doing a sequel to Midnight. It just, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me. And by the way, we're 8 minutes in on this 19-minute video.
Like a clock. You die when you reach midnight, which I thought was genius. Tiny little
That had nothing to do with the episode, by the way. There was no time limit. It wasn't like a clock. So, I have no idea what he's talking about. What should we buy? Everybody's garbage. Guess we'll just take these children and let everything else ride.
gripe because everyone has those thoughts and I have them basically every episode, but I never tend to voice them because they're nitpicks, and I don't actually count this as a mistake, people. I just
He's like, look, I know there was all these technical problems already with the episode, and I see them too, but I'm not gonna voice them because I'm not gonna voice them because I gotta say only good things about Doctor Who. Cope.
just want to throw it out there. But when Shia was running, brilliant sequence, by the way, at the very end when she's running and it cuts back to
Ruby's not in this episode. What is she talking about? What is he talking about?
the flashbacks of her as a child, which I greatly appreciated. It really helped me connect with her story. She was just a goat, man. She was an MVP. But when she was running and the doctor was behind her, does that not count? Or does it mean that now, because he's facing her behind, that means that the behind her is in front of her? It's a little bit confusing. But either way, great scene, great gimmick, great monster, and Midnight is back. What do I think of them touching the story again? I'm definitely in favor of. I'm not really that type of person who is creatively limited when it comes to Doctor Who stories, saying never ever do a sequel to that episode ever. I'm not really that type of guy. I understand why some people are like, never ever explain this ever. I never want to know anything about it. But I mean, I wouldn't mind a little bit of clues. I like the way they did it here, where there's still a lot left up to interpretation, but a lot of things are clarified. I feel insanely vindicated because, if you guys don't know, I made a video called What is the
Well, he made a video on the entity, and it's basically, I mean, it was obvious. It's not like I don't know. He didn't say anything. I saw that video too.
This series
it's a
and
good
last
video.
series,
He's
they
right,
work
I
so
guess.
well in
Like,
conjunction.
that's what it
And
is,
next week, I know I'm jumping ahead, but the trailer for next week, oh my god, it just looks brilliant. I'm so looking forward to that story.
I
You're
missed
gonna
the
get
baby.
a prequel element, basically just
Because I was
following
fucking
after
around.
Space Babies, I imagine, because they're wearing the same clothes. I'm having fun theorizing about Doctor Who,
Just love
and
them.
that's fitting because we find out a lot about this Midnight entity. Mostly that it's malicious. Now, of course,
There you
that
are.
sounds like a doi moment to some people, but in my video, I never took that conclusion away. They act like the entity was playing a game. It was intentionally joking around. I
of
viewed it as a
grass acting.
parasite that just wanted to talk with people. It didn't
I
understand
guess.
human nature. That's why it was copying. But this, it puts a whole new spin on it, whilst
Animal
also
monsters?
keeping
What?
a lot of
No, I
the
just
mystery.
found
Now, I'm
them
gonna
all.
have to go back and check frame by frame to look
Grass
at
chip.
what the Midnight entity is, and who knows, maybe I'll make another video, an update to
Don't make another video or update because they didn't add anything. Then he goes on to talk about how it's so stupid. He goes on to talk about how there was an extra fucking thing in the entity escaped in the in the fucking shaft with the survivors or with the crew or whatever. But it's just he said he missed it. I say whatever. Sorry, I was focusing. Okay, he said he missed it on the first time through. I also missed it on the first time through. That's because RTD doesn't set up anything. Nobody sets up anything in this show. And there's supposed to be all these payoffs because people died. Like people you don't know or care about died. Like there's a reason they chose to do this episode right after the Lux episode. They spent all the budget animating and making funny bits and cool things. And now we need a monster where you literally can't see anything. I'll figure. Oh wait, I need a rock. Well, I guess if I win, I don't have to sell anything. And then we're at 4. Baby.
In the airlock, it says 4. There are 4. When I was watching the episode, I must not have been paying attention fully because I thought that there were 4 people in the airlock and then it just showed 4 people. But I checked this time just because I was looking at the screen, and there are definitely only 3 people in the airlock, okay? And they showed us 4 people on this scanner for a reason. Coincidence?
I think not!
And as we all kind of predicted by that point during the episode, it is Alice's deafness that stopped her from being fully insaninated, turned crazy. Insaninated is a great verb though. Turned crazy by the creature because it can't hear the whispering. The jump scares were very reminiscent of what was the movie? Not Sinister. It's called Insidious. There's a jump scare where there's something just behind him. Look, really like that. And I must say, well done to the new writer, even though it's a co-written project by Russell T Davies. I thought their voice shone through. Lots of great stuff with deafness. Always love to see deaf people, sign language, all of that on the
Always love to see deaf people sign language. He's virtue signaling just like they did in the episode. The being deaf had nothing to do with the episode, like the solution to the episode, I should say, which just cheapens it. Just cheapens the whole effect. I guess I don't have space for another one. I get to play monsters. My monster games never work out. But this episode just doesn't work, man. He hasn't said anything good. Like, I mean, he hasn't said anything about the episode itself. He said the cope is so real. They're like, well, the tone was good. He's like, I like the writing. Their voice really came through. He didn't list a single scene, and he won't list a single scene that did good.
telly. I really do. I like and care for that stuff. All of those references to sign languages, nurses not knowing sign, turning your back. That was a real, that got me actually. That was a real kind of emotive sequence. It's so well acted. A lot of the dialogue is really naturalistic, which I think is this new writer's style, because there were certain moments which felt really Russell T Davies, and then there were certain moments where it felt like the script had almost vanished and it had gone naturalistic, which is, I think that's telling not necessarily more so about the writing styles of the writers, but how familiar I am with Russell T Davies' work. When he is writing a script, it's really difficult for me not to just hear him. And that's why I also wanted to give credit to last week as well, because as a writer, he's so versatile. He was able to totally embody world, time, place, and people that he had never experienced before. And of course, doing 2D animation as well, and the character of Mr. Ringding, all very unique. This isn't unique, but the episode still feels unique. So that's an achievement. It just wins all round. The atmosphere of the story was
to be around
impeccable,
these
and at
guys.
the very end, they teased that all is not well. What I love about this Doctor Who episode is that it's scary. You know, they're the little kiddies who are watching Shutagawa
wanna
as their
make
first
Pokemon
Doctor
one.
ever, and what I love is that this one is
Give us
gonna
special damage,
scare
burn,
the
poison
shit out
combo.
of them, and I think that's a good thing.
Double
So
damage
well
they
done
already
to everyone
suffered.
involved. You did something brilliant, and you did something brilliant last week and the week before that, and it looks like you've done something brilliant again next week. So all wins and no harm
Let's
done.
keep it.
Oh yeah, Mrs. Flood is in the episode yet again, and sadly to say, guys, I'm losing steam on the
I'm losing
Mrs. Flood
steam.
story arc. It's just too similar to the.
I don't know. I see why everybody enjoyed this slop. I was not enjoying this slop, bro. I need it. Another one. Let's take this actually. Wow. Get 'em, my monsters. Scary monsters. This time he did a lot less special damage. Maybe we should just give it Shogo. Shogo max revive. Seems pretty good.
Susan Triad one, and that one I didn't even care about. I think we are continuing to see the problems of setting up 13 different mystery boxes in 4 episodes in 2023. Because, I mean, that sequence at the end where she was talking
Let's
about the
grab the
Vindicator and
bag,
all of that, I was just like, bro, are we done? Are we done? Can we just be done with that? It doesn't feel like a tease anymore. It feels like a chore. And it felt like a chore before. And you know what's crazy is that I actually have faith, unlike last time where I knew it wasn't going to lead anywhere, that it might lead somewhere this time. But even then, I'm just not bothered.
Might make
So I
sure, though.
suppose that's the con of the episode, is I'm not too
I
into
can also
the
just
Mrs.
replace
Flood
Trico
story arc.
with
On the
this-
other hand, I did
with this
really
guy.
like all of the references
That's
to
probably what
Earth,
I
and
should've
what I
did,
liked
and I
about it
could've
wasn't
kept my
necessarily,
computer.
oh, I want to know what happened to Earth, but I liked
Yeah, I could've put,
Belinda's
like,
reaction.
on
It
the
serves the characters. And that's what I think this episode did really well, is it served the characters. It's got a bit of an odd format with a very fast at the beginning, going down to a snail's pace in the middle. And what happens is you realize 35 minutes in that it's all been set up for the last 10 minutes. There's a bloodbath. And of course, I almost forgot the reuse of the Series 4 soundtrack. They're using all those themes, motifs, of course. They show the flashback to midnight.
always a
And you know
reuse
what
of a
also is a
soundtrack,
tiny
right?
bit of a critique. If this was a 4-part 20 minutes, we would get more insight onto the crew before. Because I think the thing I was most spooked out by wasn't actually the tent sequences, but the people screaming in that video on the well. You know, all of them, and they're all screaming different things. I love that type of psychological horror. What is something that you can't see and you know nothing about that would make everyone in this video so terrifying? I love that concept. And of course that wasn't the focus of the episode, but at the same time, maybe next time, maybe we'll
There we
do
go,
more on
Pokemon
that.
Makon
Very,
show.
very cool. I'll probably give this an 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10.
He
Probably
said
an 8.
just because it's cool. That's the end of the video, by the way. What did he say? That was good about this episode. He said, I like that it related to back when the show was good. Then what? He couldn't list a scene. He couldn't give me a character moment. Maybe I missed it. It's very possible I just missed it. Do we give up on this? Is this cope? Is this cope? I guess it kinda is cope. I don't need it. And I have a parry. And I have a We want Shiny Charm or Pokédoll. Depends on if we get Muscle Band. Or Ice. So we get both. I should have waited before I did that, by the way. Because if I got Muscle Band. I forgot about this part. That's a good point. What do we want? I got Baby 5 too. Baby 6. Triple water. I have 3. Maybe get rid of this. Yeah, no, I guess we get rid of Turtwig, I guess, in this situation, but I don't want to. I do not want to. That's a dragon type. I need my guy back. This absolutely is abysmal. Alright, this is 4. Let's see if we can get to baby 7, maybe. This isn't the worst egg. If I find Bagon again. Oh, there's money. I actually can do this. I shouldn't have done this. 'Cause I don't have it. What's better? I think Turtwig's better. Wish I was at baby 7. This is so tough. This is actually so tough. Alright, that was DW fan though. Bunch of nonsense. I even skipped through it because I couldn't. He didn't say anything, I promise. Now let's listen to the Sun Sphere. They did a full panel review. It's pretty good. This is ground. It's not monster though. What did I do? I don't have the HP to go to 70.
Sorry? It's not. Oh, don't say that. See, I've got 24 on here. Hello,
Yeah,
everybody.
nice.
Good to see you. Well, we're live. Sorry?
This is sound, I guess.
Hello, I'm just getting help here. After the gremlins last night, I'm getting told whether I'm live or not. I'm hoping I'm not dead. I think I've got a pulse. Can everyone just verify whether I'm alive? Am I here? I feel as though I could be in... What was that episode, The Silence in the Library, when, you know, Donna ended up being kind of taken away? I feel as though I could be like that. Anyway, welcome one and all. I think I'm here. Are you here? Welcome to the fun, frank, fulsome forensic review, if YouTube lets us, of The Well. Episode 3 of Shooties Season 2. We have the sense for you, talking sense, making sense of all the nonsense flying around about our favourite show. So you're in the right place. If you want detail, debate, passion and fun, then you've found your home. So click on those notifications, give us a like and subscribe, and Brendan, hello, your host, will be a happy little Hoovian. So, what's been going on? Well, of course, today I couldn't help myself, you know. If I'm not weeding in the garden, I'm doing another stream. So at midday today, we were talking about the 1.86 million overnight viewers for The Well. Oh, we've found 250,000 viewers since last week. Is this the start of a comeback? Is the corpse alive? However, I've got details to show you, and they're not as good as we say. It hasn't revived itself like Lazarus to week 1 yet of Robot Revolution. That's the first point we'll make. Second point we'll make is if you take a look at this. Now, on the left-hand side is last week's breakdown of the top shows on Saturday night. And on the right-hand side, thank you again to Gary Lee. Gary Lee, as you know, posts all these breakdowns. We're still wanting 5-minute breakdowns, but they're keeping them away from us.
Oh my God.
As he says here, some perspective is called for, bearing in mind that the FA Cup semi-final peaked at 4 million at 7 p.m. Let's remind ourselves, at 7 p.m, Doctor Who followed it quite quickly afterwards and gets 1.86 million. I mean, I'll reasonably say, if you look at the figures there, to go from Match of the Day Live 2.87 million down to 1.86 million. Between one show finishing and one show starting, 1 million people desert the channel because of Doctor Who. This is one of the problems. But, hallelujah, have you noticed the difference? This week, it beat the news. Hooray! This week, it beat Casualty. Hooray! Oh, and what? Oh, I tell you what, this is something for RTD on his birthday to celebrate. Doctor Who beat Blankety Blank. I mean, this is the level of it now. We've come down to being happy that we've beaten Blankety Blank. So, I think when I get the panel on, we'll be discussing this in a lot more detail. Don't you worry, everybody. So, gosh, yes. Is that good news that you can see there? Or is that just laughable? So, that will be discussed a little bit later. By the way, we started a new show on Thursdays as well. I was doing a show a day, Thursday Think Tank, when we get behind the Doctor Who topics of the week that are really germinating in people's heads. Has Doctor Who lost itself? Has it lost its spirit, its soul, the whole lot? Really good show. Check that one out. Our debating point for this week, though, could be, who's the new Mary Whitehouse in Doctor Who? Who's the new Puritan who's censoring Doctor Who? Why, of course, it's Russell T Davies himself, with his strange priorities and decision-making. Did you see him on Unleashed last night? Did you?
I don't want to.
1 minute he's saying, oh, we can't show a corpse doing this, and we can't show their face, and we don't want too much violence, and we really don't want it. And then the next minute, as Paul says here, RTD casually discussing how far they're dared to graphically portray the multiple deaths in last night's Doctor Who, while simultaneously pushing certain agendas and certain sexual jokes, which are seen as acceptable. He mentioned 6-year-olds, did RTD, and you think, wow, I used to be a teacher. Gosh, I'm amazed at his priorities. They fascinate me. Wow. So, we may be talking about that tonight. You may want to talk about it too. It's your show. We have the 5 panel on, and we're full tonight. We've got all the scores. But of course, we want to hear from you. And you know where we're going to start, don't you? We're going to start with burning issues when everybody comes on. And of course, RTD, since we're talking about the great man who likes to portray himself as the great risk taker. Oh, he's very daring, you know. He's a very brave broadcaster. He said, and it's the kind of people you should never do a sequel to. Midnight, of course. And it's a sequel no one ever expected. So that's where we went.
Do we want Rock?
Frankly, we're right to do that. Well, of course, he's telling himself he marks his own homework. So, of course, here we are. Brave showrunning, brave writing
Brave
to do a sequel. I mean, nobody else has ever done a sequel. Stephen Moffat did plenty. Alien did plenty. But, you know, I just want to explain, and I want to get across to you, I'm a brave
Wow,
person.
why is fucking...
Very courageous.
He's my biggest
Right,
mon,
yeah,
dude.
okay. And of course,
I shouldn't have swapped them.
how courageous is it that we have your friends who are backing you up? It's a Fitzroy Tavern mob, isn't it? I mean, you know, Stephen Moffat straight in there yesterday. Don't go online. Don't listen to anyone. Don't read anything anywhere. Just brace yourself for a classic. Blink's long day may be over. Yeah. I do feel that Stephen Moffat's trying to overplay that one because it's in no doubt that Blink is still going to be seen as good. And then when somebody texted yesterday, The Well was excellent, but did anyone else feel that this setting, this premise, these characters could have easily sustained a two-parter? Which I fully agree with. And Stephen Moffat joined in and said, perfectly paced, bloody brilliant, you know, back off. And you think, do you know what? You can't criticise. You can't. I mean, the lad on the right hasn't said anything bad. I think it's right. It's a good idea. If you've got a good idea, stretch it out, develop it. Isn't it called making drama? It's not about going, I've got an idea, but I need to be finished by 45 minutes because I need another one. I thought you craft drama. You structure it to create tension and suspense and engagement. So it surprises me when you see some of these comments. And of course, the Radio Times came to RTD's defense, saying that Doctor Who's The Well does a David Tennant episode justice by avoiding a terrible mistake. What could that terrible mistake be? Well, of course, he didn't. He kept it ambiguous. We never saw the monster, really. We thought we saw it. I freeze-framed it a few times. I couldn't see it. You heard it maybe a little bit, and there was an element of laughter mentioned. But
let's go!
They're rewarding him for actually not explaining anything and not showing anything. So isn't that amazing? Oh, see, he's a courageous man. He's really good. Happy birthday, RTD, on your 62nd
I don't have any freeze.
birthday. So yes, well done. Radio Times backing you, and the good old Stephen Moffat backing you. Oh, he's in the right corner. Remember tonight. Oh, it gets complicated, doesn't it? The Tombstone Totalizer. Last year it was the scars on the sarcophagus doors, and this year we've got the same thing going on. Those were the scars to beat from season 1, remember? Legend of Ruby Sunday, there were poor scores, but that's where we got to last year. And of course, last week, Lux got 58. Now, what does that number mean? It got 58 out of 150.
If we drop Rock. Well, no, I can't.
It still beats Robot Revolution, which got... Sorry, Robot Revolution, I apologise. 82 out of 150, and Lux got 58. So, what will happen with The Well this week? They're all locked in. The scores I've got, I will reveal them as we go through each criteria. So, we're going to have some fun tonight. I don't think we're all going to agree. Do we ever? Of course, I played on Who Night last night when eventually the Gremlins let us play. We played our Brokehack Bingo. And I don't know if you all
imagine
agree with
if
us,
I found
but
an
that's
evolution.
How the sci-fi scorecard looked for The Well. Yes, the Doctor cried. Did you notice? That was a big, juicy tear, wasn't it? That was a big tear.
Wow. Mess with
we had the
my
reveal,
emotions.
Mrs. Flood, and the reveal that it was midnight.
Very good.
Oh, did you notice? Shock horror. We had a bad man trope. Toxic masculine soldier. Terrible. I might have things to say about that, though. We had the song and dance routine in the TARDIS when all cosplay. Yeah, we had the usual. RTD really thinks this is a light entertainment show nowadays. And isn't it funny when last year Bad Wolf in that interview said that Doctor Who in the 80s was a light entertainment pastiche? Eat your words, I tell you. Eat your words. So, I think
He said, you
I've
call this a
warmed
light
us all up.
entertainment
I've
pasty."
warmed the panel up. Do you know what? I know my role now. I'm like some Hoovian warm-up act. God help me. What's this all about? So, shall we get them on? Oh, they've been practicing all week with their dancing, you know, so I think I need to get them on. It'll be John first, you know, he likes to milk it. So here we go. Let's welcome the panelists.
He said, you know,
Who are
he
gonna give
likes
us the
to milk it.
scores, their views, and some laughs along the way. So here we go. Here we is.
Why are you swinging? What the heck? John.
Here he is. There's John. Oh, he's got props this week.
It's the
He
angry
got
Scotsman.
props. He's swinging the damn.
And who's next? We've got Michelle.
She's reading the comments. Why they all got bits?
And two have warmed up.
Wait, what? Why they all got bits? It's just funny. Here's Michelle. This should peak. I still want to play Steel. I'm getting a high score. That look, flying poison sound came right to me. Come on, man. Yes. That's all I wanted. Now with this evolution, I should be able to get through the rounds without having to buy anything. There's no way 2 or 3 Fearos beat Golbat, right? Spearows. And I got the charcoal. Nice. Charmander! Squirtle! Take the crit out of him. I should have took the spoon.
And where is she? Queen of the Walk.
We need to chill.
Say Queen of the World. They are so old.
And we've got Paul, who has this very strange dance secret. Oh, here we go. I knew it.
The choice specs. I'm not sure why. I'm actually not sure. What the hell? Paul's just sitting there.
Thanks, George, for being the warm-up
They're
act.
dancing, they're all having fun, showing off props.
All right.
Paul's just
I
sitting
actually
there.
haven't heard last week. I thought, yeah, we need to lie down. Should we go now? That's it. I've got the scores.
I lost.
Oh dear me. Zero Room thinks we're doing the love boat.
And now this video is going to be age restricted. Thank you, John.
No, listen. I feel I'm the silent killer of this household. I had to give my husband this chance. Okay? So, give him votes out of 10 later in the Tombstone Tale, but we'll see how you go. Never fault me for not giving him his opportunity.
Yes, there you go. And boy, did he enjoy it. Oh, well, good to see you all. I feel as though there has been a week in between. I feel as though I've just sat on this thing. So, I don't know, where do we start? Well, I have to say, folks, we start where I need to call you all to order, yeah? Because, of course, the figures were 1.86 million overnights, and your predictions are a-coming. So, I got 1.67, so I don't win. John said 1.55, Paul said 1.3, and Michelle said 1.45. Rachel, the
Rachel
dance
went
sequence
crazy.
is over.
Rachel went crazy.
Sorry, I think I might have got it right.
No, she's doing a celebratory dance.
No, obviously, being a very strict teacher, nobody got it right. No. You were 600,000 out, Rachel.
So,
She's so
I was
lost.
closest.
I only get 1,000 on it.
This is not the Price is Right here in the U.S. Being close doesn't count.
So there you go. That was not bad. This is the panel who knows the mostest, and Rachel was on it. I was in second place. John in third place. Michelle in fourth place. But Paul, let's be honest, Paul did not like looks. I think that's fair to say, isn't it, Paul?
Very fair, yeah. And it spoiled itself. It spoiled itself, so no credit given.
There you go. So it obviously Paul was going to think of the ratings tanking because of last week. This week might be different. So we will do the scores and the predictions a little bit later. But I just wanted to call you all to order on that one. But you know where they'll be salivating at the mouth. Here we go, frothing to get started. Because episode 3, The Well, season 2 of Shooty, our burning issues. Here we go. Okay, here we go. John, you're the first one. You're the first one. Oh, Paul, yes. I love this.
The dog's
I
having a
never-
vote as well. You might
I
as
never
well.
have to keep my puppets under control. But John, first cab on the rank here. You wanted to talk to us about how this doctor is so doctorish.
Yeah, or not, as the case may be. You know, this is the thing. Over the course of Doctor Who, as it started, when we're stressed as ourselves how important the Doctor's silhouette or costume has been. Now, we've come to accept the fact that this particular Doctor, the 15th, does not have a silhouette. He does not have a set costume. He is, in fact, a dedicated follower of high fashion and would not be out of place on a catwalk. But you know what? Even when it comes to wearing a spacesuit, it has to be tight and figure-hugging and exemplify all Shooty's sticky-outy bits in order to make sure that we all understand how attractive and how masculine this particular incarnation of the Doctor is. To the extent that even his little bits of armour have to be removed once he gets past the initial stages, in order that we might feast our eyes on his beautiful masculine frame. To the extent that the Doctor says at some point I think you got it up there, Brendan, to his companion, that your mum can whistle at my backside, my behind. You know what? Whatever this character is, it is not the Doctor. And that now is beginning to really, really grate on me. And that's coming from an angry Scotsman.
Oh, I know,
Dark
but look at his behind. His mum might have liked it.
Aquatic.
Well, you know, I quite like it too. It's a lovely behind. I've seen a fair few male behinds in my time too. I don't deny that for one single solitary second. But that's not the point. The point is, the character of the Doctor doesn't give a monkeys, not only for how he looks,
Yeah.
but how other people thinks he looks. But this Doctor is obviously very vain, and that just isn't the Doctor. To even say those words, your mum will be able to whistle my backside, gets to a certain level of vanity that they've introduced to this character, which makes me wonder, is it a bit like the Pertwee thing in that he's not playing the Doctor, he's playing himself, and this really is Ncuti Gatwa and not the 15th Doctor?
Yeah, does anyone else want to come in on John's burning issue there about the Doctor being very undoctorish?
Well, it also applies that Belinda's mother is lustful after other men and is possibly in an unhappy marriage with her.
Yeah.
I mean,
What?
That's something
Where
that-
all this come from?
Punch a person out of the bar. They said that about the mother and the father. She hasn't even met them, implying that all women are lustful after him.
Rachel, what were your thoughts? Because obviously you gave Ncuti a long time last year before
did,
you
yeah.
passed your judgment, but now I think you're pretty scared, aren't you?
No, no, I'm not. I'm still pretty fair when it comes down to it. I always will be. I won't be that scared.
Wish I had a water
But
chip.
for me, probably by my definition, that he is scathing. He is a miscast. I don't know what's going on, but whatever he's
I'll have to
presenting
play
is
water.
too little, too late. In my opinion, we have seen some more Doctor-ish.
I have to play some sort of
and
water.
this is a
cone.
stretch. More Doctor-ish moments from him, but the writing is not allowing him to go to the full potential that he can actually do, I would imagine. And I also think not looking at the past Doctors is not helping his situation. And by the way, that's also something that was true of Jodie Whittaker as well. She wasn't allowed to do that either. However,
Yeah.
with Jodie,
What?
there were a lot of Doctorish sounding writing bits, so she had the moments there. It was just a miscast as well. And it's unfortunate, really, because he was good in the importance of being earnest. No matter how you think about
We
the
can run Polytoad.
portrayal of what they did with the stage version of that adaptation.
Maybe we do play
but-
Crobat.
Yeah.
But Brendan, can I just nip in? I know Paul hasn't spoken yet, so forgive me.
That's
But
quite right, John. It's okay.
it's just more than. Everything you say is correct there, Rachel. Absolutely, but it's more than. It's the words that the writer and Shura are now
Yeah.
putting into this man's
Hunt
mouth.
babes.
I would, yeah, but that.
But I need him in the
particular line
background, though.
Really
Would be my
got to
issue.
me because these are people who are supposed to who love the program, who
Yeah.
grew up with the program, who know this program inside out. That line is so easily taken outable. You can define your Doctor and make him a clothes source or a fashion model. You can make the Doctor more 21st century with the honey babe stuff if that's what you want to do. But to put those particular words into his mouth, that your mother will wolf whistle, because that's what he means, which apparently we're not allowed to do anymore anyway, wolf whistle at my behind totally and fundamentally misunderstands the character of the Doctor. I don't care what they say. And it's such an avoidable thing to say. And the fact
I
that
have
he says it
backline. I
proves
don't
that
need
this,
backline.
the showrunner, I
That's
think
my issue.
is saying more about Ncuti Gatwa than he is about the Doctor.
And you can tell it's not the influence here of Sharma's writing, because Sharma, I don't think, barely wrote any of this.
It's interesting, isn't it? We probably will get to that as a burning issue soon. Paul,
Do we
Um,
want this?
you may have seen in my preface that I referenced what RTD said in Unleashed last night when he was talking about the
Whoa.
choices he makes about how graphic the deaths are and all the rest of it. And yet, as John's just rightly said, the dialogue is sexual. It's very superficial. It's very diva Doctor. Do you find that?
I didn't find it yesterday. I do agree that some of the idiosyncrasies mentioned are a little bit jolting sometimes, but that's usually taken in conjunction with a poor
Just make it.
performance. I don't deem his performance this series to be poor. I think yesterday it was exemplary. I think there's been a steady improvement since the Christmas episode, albeit that I didn't like the Christmas episode. But these first 3 episodes, I've seen the Doctor in him, and I haven't had to look too hard.
Volusia?
I agree.
Oh.
I'd rather he didn't say things like this. I don't think they add anything. But such is the quality of his performance. That I didn't really notice him.
He just
Why,
says
why,
the
why
quality
do we
of his
think, sorry, Brendan, why do we
performance.
think those lines are there? If they don't add or take away, they only take away. Why are they inserted?
Oh, you're
Hypersexualization, yes. Or is it just the fact that, the showrunner, the writer, whoever it is just appealing to this man's ego? My goodness, what a good look.
It's either that or he really fancies him.
Personally, this is probably what they all think about all the time. I'm wondering is like, everything is hypersexualized. Is this all that their brain is in the gutter now? Is this a reflection of themselves now?
Well, this is it. The doctor used to
She
be
said it's a
not
reflection
Mr. Cool.
of themselves.
Used to be the outsider. Used to be quirky and eccentric. I mean, that was part of it. Now he's center stage. He's the diva. Very superficial. Obsessed with what you wear, and I almost call it cosplay. Now, just to not to push back on John, but to test this area and to bring a bit more out. This is what one person said on Twitter yesterday. 15 cares about more than just saving lives, John. He cares about the emotional well-being of every individual he meets too. It's so beautiful and so strong in his doctor. Why are you missing it? I mean, John, you've just got him so wrong.
I know, it is, isn't it? You know, and he cares so well for that little poor woman trapped by herself that he let her go and released a being on the whole universe to torment them. So well done, 15th Doctor.
Just so I have a.
And of course, John, because John said
it
he was a very undoctorish doctor. I thought there were a couple of doctor moments. We'll come to them later, but he is one of them, John. Wherever you are, stand behind me. There's bravery for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Stand behind me and buy my butt.
The trouble was, as I said last night, he says that, which is not a bad line for a doctor to say, but the trouble is when that female leader, Shayla, said that she would then do an action that was brave, he went, oh, all right. Okay then. I've done my virtuous lines, I'm okay now.
Yeah, all right. Well, you go and do that, and then I'll just leave Belinda on the floor whilst I chase after you.
That's
Well,
it.
the other girl was a proven medic, though. The other girl was a medic as well, wasn't she? She was actually discussing some of the nuances of this future medicine with Belinda. So I think there was a bit of a context there.
Not really. That's a
Yeah,
cope.
I still don't think
That's a
the
cope.
doctor
It
should
was
have
one
run
line.
I see where you're coming from. I don't agree.
What a cope, man. It was one line where she goes, "You don't know what this med kit is?" And she goes, "No, I don't know what this med kit is." So it showed Belinda was useless in the episode. She couldn't even be a nurse. Hey, DD. He's here. Hey, Neo. Welcome, man. Welcome, man. I'm trying to win, but it might not happen. I'm almost out of HP. Topping up all my money again. I kind of want it. Hey guys, this YouTube kind of sucks because it doesn't tell me how many people are actually here. Unlike Twitch or even Kick. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, we're listening to the Sensphere. I missed the live stream that happened earlier. I came in at the end and started talking mess. But the beginning, it was pretty peak. I'm upset I missed that opening. Please. We need an item. I need a fossil. There's no fossil. I think we just lose. Let me take the mana square. Now what, dude? I think I gotta roll for my life. I'm at 50. I'm at the bottom, dude. I gotta roll for my life. dude. We might want Tentacool over this thing. I missed two. Oh, it's over. It's actually over. Oof. But yeah, okay, we got time. But yeah, this is such a cope. The stand behind
Well,
me. This
there was
thing so
another
weak.
item of John's, his burning issues before. A few of them are shared after this. So on this one, it was the sign language, John.
Neo Gear, do you like Doctor Who? Or do you like Pokemon Auto Chess?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
please.
find it hard to understand.
There's no
why
way, dude.
I can't
Oh,
choice
man.
to insert a line which the drama could
Holy.
continue without it, criticizing Belinda, the nurse, for not knowing sign language. And the idea says it should be the law.
6.
You should know how to sign. It was that
I'm
to
not
get
even using this. I'll get
current
rid of this now.
nurses who aren't able to sign, it's like current nurses who can't understand
Hello,
other languages
Christmas
of
man.
people who use the service.
Welcome, man.
I used, when I was a head teacher, I used services all the time.
I really
with
need
interpreters
Golbat.
to make sure that,
And
teachers
Politoed.
other staff were
Oh, it's
accessible to them
over.
if English was not the first language, and that's exactly the way it should be. But I
I
wasn't. gonna
can't get a
criticise my
win. I
staff
couldn't buy a
for not
win,
being able
dude.
to.
I couldn't buy a win. Hey, Christmas man. Welcome in, welcome in. You like Doctor Who or you like Pokemon Auto Chess? I couldn't buy a win, dude. Embarrassing. Especially because I'm not that bad. Hold on. No, what's that on this account? I swear I'm not bad.
Speak that language or sign that language, whatever it is, that's not their job. It just seemed an odd thing to do. But you know what? I get it's a bit of virtue signaling. I wonder how many people at Bad Wolf can sign.
Oh,
John's on their ass, bro. John said, you know they can't sign. I can sign. I actually can sign. And guess what? It's garbage. Who cares? Who cares? I never use it.
Oh, well, that's a classic. It's like we've got lots of DEI in front of the camera, but when it comes to the executive production team, ooh, they all look quite similar.
The land of the hypocrites.
It's the usual story. The other thing on the sign language was, of course, I just thought, okay, you've got a good actress, Rose Ellen Ellis, and she obviously advised them a little bit, fair dues. Belle, be careful of her. Quite rightly, because he's safeguarding her. We didn't like how he ignored or neglected
I can't tell.
Millie in Rogue, so yeah.
Hold. Signs of life. Hold.
And then I can still lip read. Well, I hope you can, love, but that's not the point. Stop pulling people back. I mean, again, you know, John, all these bits about bits of script and dialogue. Why is that bit in? I mean, we're not. He was not slighting the.
The base goat is here. I think that's OBS, to be honest with you. Oh man, I shouldn't have started the match. And we're in the portal. I think that's OBS. I've been having trouble with my mic volume being a little too low. Okay, so we are in the Berry Relic, Area 3. Ground, artificial, and humans like to show up here. In case you don't know, I throw water types too. In case you don't know, we're trying to build strong Pokemon, have them evolve, and then we're going to beat up the other guys. Give them items and stuff. Every 3 of a kind gives you an upgrade. This is interesting. Let's try it. If I do this, I should make more money. Every 3 of a kind give you upgrade. Their synergies. It's a very interesting game. I now have 4 water types. Let's see if Aaron wins this 1v2. No, he's gonna lose to 2 rats. This is terrible. Yes, yes. And then the beginning of the game is almost the most important part. We take this actually. That's pretty good. If I combine these 2 items, you can combine items to make stronger items. This game is so complex. Take this guy for now. And then we'll lock this. It's kind of like TF2. If you ever played TF2. I've never played TF2. But apparently it's kind of like that. You got 2 Squirtles. And a spoon is it's a pretty good item. I'm gonna level up here because I have that much money. Roll once for good luck. Put these clowns in. When you have 3 water types, you can fish. So now after every round, I'm gonna be collecting fish. Let's make some stronger items. Okay. That's pretty good. Right, alright. Let's get back to the cope. Now we have time. We can get back to the cope.
Girl, Alice. He wasn't doing that. He was advising another one.
Absolutely. In other words, you can't say anything at all about someone in front of their face for fear of upsetting them. It's nonsense. He was just advising Belinda to be careful. We don't know the full story regarding this character, apparently because she's from the same community. That was he trod over the line there. I don't get it. I really don't get it at all. But then again, I don't live in there.
He said the sign language line was awful. Only one of them was. When it was natural, I saw that Who's Voo's was live. I did see that. Based Dalek goat. I think I'm gonna check them out later. I might put them on like right after I finish this. I just want to know if they're coping or not about the episode. I assume everybody's sweeping for this episode, dude. I did not enjoy this episode one bit. Not for one moment, man. Look at that. I fished up 3. Now he evolved. Now I need 3 war turtles to evolve him again. Which is 6 more Squirtles.
Their world.
I mean, Michelle, when I did the Who Night stream last night, there were some people in the thread and they said, oh, no, I really loved that moment. I loved the Doctor signing to her, and that was lovely, and you know, that sort of thing. Obviously, that's not the point John's making. It's a separate one, isn't it? But where do you stand on it, Michelle?
And Rachel's going to give a base take here. Watch this. Watch this base take.
You know, I have no problems with the character. This is not the first time they've had a death.
Oh, she said Michelle. I don't know why I heard Rachel.
Character on Doctor Who, and I think it's beautiful that the Doctor did know how to sign, because that was something that seemed very doctorish, that he would know how to communicate. My thing is like, why are they criticizing Belinda for not knowing sign language when they're living in a world that has a machine that you can just push a button and the words come across on screen? Or I'm sure they could also have like a person signing, like AI or something. So the idea of like, well, you don't know how to sign language. How dare you? Well, no one else did either. They all pushed their little buttons on. And they had the wonderful transport, you know.
Yeah.
That's kind of base. That's kind of base. Look, every line is a freaking hypocrite with this show, man. That's why I really hated it. Like just on itself, she was like, "Well, nobody else is doing sign language," but it's against the law for Belinda, right? Stone. If I get another one, I can like run a really cool water team. We're only at 5. This is rough. I need to go to water 6. You need 3 waters or 6 waters. No in betweens. But yeah, every line in this show is a freaking contradictory mess.
So why is it there then?
That's odd. Now, if they lived in a world where everybody knew sign language and they didn't, that would be wait a minute, you're not from our world. But we've already got the programs to help communicate in this world.
We're going 6.
I mean, that's the point. Technology makes people lazy in lots of different ways, and that might have been one of them in the future.
I would think like maybe sign language by then may have been completely, we're thousands of years in the future, maybe completely gone because everybody can just whoop, and have AI come and say what you're saying.
I mean, Paul, Rachel, do you find this was?
I'm still a water type short.
Every week.
Oh, I
keep
have a
thinking,
water
what's the
stone.
message?
Damn it.
What's
I could have
this?
went
What's
6.
that? I've got my issues coming
No.
up. But did you have anything to contribute on sign language?
It's not the worst. It's not the worst message they could have given. I don't.
You think there's a hint of Stockholm syndrome? Yeah, Brendan was a good stream tonight. It usually is, but I think there was a hint of Stockholm syndrome from some. I'm not surprised. I mean, if I watched season 1, 2 as well, I should say, I think I would have some Stockholm syndrome. Like I would be sweeping for this season. I would be like, guys, this is good stuff. But because I'm only 4 episodes in, this is my season 1 of the new era, and I'm like, it's okay. Like we're definitely rising. The stocks are rising, but I don't. It's nowhere close to where it should be. I guess we're running man type. This is a really cool unit, and it's a baby. That's baby 5. It's baby 5. You're garbage. You're dead to me. Now I have 5 babies in. Mantine. Probably go with these. Let's do that. Alright, now that I'm baby 5, and then we're gonna go water 6, so I don't need these magic herbs. I'll get an egg, which is really good.
Immigrants trying to supplant people from their own countries, or people who would aspire
And
to be
then
biological
we'll
sons
win.
and want all that entails. At least these are people who are naturally disadvantaged, who might benefit perhaps from more people being able to seamlessly
he has the
communicate
wild
with
team.
them. So on that basis, it's not the worst message that they could have put across. And I didn't find that it took me out of the episode. I didn't get annoyed by it as much as I have for previous messages of the nature I've just described.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I already found this.
Yeah.
And it's
I've got
Fury.
no issue with the doctor signing. I have no issues or qualms about that whatsoever. I don't like the virtue signaling.
I think
of
we're
it
done.
being
I don't need any
made
more
in
eggs.
law.
I
do
think I'm
think
done. I should have kept
it
that
is
one, maybe.
Something, though. He is right. That it's something that perhaps we could all.
Just put Remoraid in, and then it evolves gnome,
Alright.
and then
Is
I
that me?
take...
Okay, I just malfunctioned.
I know that too.
Just trying to
I'll take
dog
this.
everybody.
Yeah, no,
It's
I
Paul's
just.
dog. Paul's dog.
Tepic's pretty
Okay.
good. It's
Right.
wild.
So
which
I just
matches
think
with
it's
this.
something that can be taught as part of the school curricula, because if you look up taking sign language lessons here in the UK, they are so expensive if you want to learn how to communicate. with BSL or SSE or Makaton, and so he's not wrong, but it doesn't need to be law. I
Well,
can
no.
sign some BSL.
It's just nonsense, right? Talking about it should be law because the nurse's job is to provide medical treatment, right? Medical care, nothing to do with sign language. Like, is it a bonus? Sure. Should she get a little extra in her pay if she knows sign language? Maybe, if she can argue it, right? Or if you can argue it. But it's just virtue signaling to be like, we should make it into a law. Like, you're a politician. You write Doctor Who.
I know mostly Makaton, and I know people that know SSE, so
The last thing I want as a British taxpayer is RTD to start giving ideas for having to increase the wage of everybody because of their training on this, that, and the other, because he wants to make an inclusive message in a program that's only on air for 45 minutes.
I just think it would be nice that it would be.
Let's
taught
give it
in
a Bremer
schools
rate.
because it's just
Let's
so
give the box
expensive.
to Bremer rate.
Well, yeah.
And I do
mean,
know a lot of
Same
people
thing,
who
you know,
would like to be able to sign.
I was gonna
He
give
had
it a
the presence of
polyrad,
mind, though, he had the
but
presence of-
hold on, there seems to
He
be
got
a
it.
bit of overlap. Go on, Paul.
He had the presence of mind to make the message and the story one and the same, so he
nice.
could deliver on both.
Nice.
And
nice.
I think
Who
think
took
that
my
matters,
idol?
and I think it was a good
The
decision.
Shuppet.
The
Like
Oh,
I
that
say,
sucks.
it didn't strike me as being too overt, and it was relevant. I found it easy to tolerate.
The
He
only
found
thing
it
that I wish
easy to
that
tolerate.
they had done more consistently is kept the signing going throughout.
Exactly. Like it was that. That's my point, though. You can't hear me well? Nice. But that's my point, though. Like, it wasn't part of the episode. It had nothing to do with it. It was just window dressing to say, look, I'm a good writer, I think. Like, look, I'm a good I'm a good boy. Like, shouldn't that have played into the monster? Into the it had nothing to do with it. And then at the end, when the doctor shoots all the he didn't shoot it. He had the lady shoot the pipes. I don't even understand what that did. Like, that just makes no sense.
Rather than just
Yeah.
a little bit.
Point.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, Brendan, I am absolutely quite happy with signing taking place in Doctor. That wasn't the point of my burning issue. The burning issue is the fact that they introduced a 21st century point about nurses, as far as I was concerned, which Belinda happened to agree
Oh,
with. The fact that they were not doing the job properly by not knowing sign. That was the point that I think that this production team overstepped themselves. Come the day that everybody in the production team of Doctor Who Bad Wolf can sign, I'll take lessons from them then.
Right, well,
Oh,
we've
I don't
got
know what
other
I'm doing.
burning issues, so we'll keep going. This one is shared by Rachel and Michelle, which is the sequel to Midnight, whether that's appropriate, whether it worked.
If only it was a sequel to Midnight. Like, it's a sequel in name only. Is it really a sequel? Like, I guess, but I got another stone. Wait, I'm about to pop off. I get a sky water. I don't need him to be watery yet. It's definitely Stockholm Syndrome. When you get a year of just garbage stories, and this is after Chibnall, you get a year of garbage stories, and then you get a story that's digestible, that's not like cringing at you every, making you cringe every minute. The only reason I didn't like it, it was just boring. Like, who's having fun with this episode? It was just so boring. Midnight was fun because it was a base under siege. Like, we don't like base under sieges anymore? They're really good. I can make money. Actually, I'm gonna make punching glove. Probably should have made green orb. Oh man, why I should have put the punching glove on the Mantine. I don't know anybody who was having fun. Oh, I needed that. I needed that really bad. I don't know. I mean, people say they were having fun, but they have to say that, right? Right? Don't they have to say that? I think that's a shiny charm. It needed to operate the same way it did previously. Yeah, exactly. Like, it wasn't really the Midnight entity, was it? Like, I call it the entity. Because if it was, like, why was it so different? I guess you suck. Oh, man. Need backline. Get rid of you. We're gonna get Octillery soon. This is gonna be good. Octillery is so rare. Most people never play this thing. This guy. And they never have the opportunity to. Oh no. I should have put the punching glove on this thing. There he is! This is my first time playing this thing. This is so cool. The special user, he does special damage and then he blinds everything. It's pretty cool. Let's make him shiny. If it was a real sequel to Midnight, my only point is it would have been a base under siege. That just would have made the entire story like better. And I guess you can argue it's a base under siege, but a base under siege doesn't have 3 different locations outside. It doesn't make sense. This is a different race and not human. I find it strange. They were all multi-ethnic, as in Earth humans. That was also weird. I guess the good parts of the episode are literally one lines and like less than a minute of time. I'm losing. How am I losing? We can't pivot to wilds. There's no way, right? We could play fighting with the water bias. There was virtually no tension. The dialogue would spoil any atmosphere created. 100%. The lack of tension is what killed me, man. Because I'm like, dude, there's just no way. No, 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 no! I needed that really bad. I needed that portal in particular really bad. I have to play fighting. I don't see any other way out. Four, 5. We're at water 6 right now. That's crazy. Good to you. Oh no, I should have given it to you. Dude, I'm messing up all of my items. I'm actually just messing up every single item. I should have gave that to the polygraph that I'm about to make. Like, at any point, did you really think anybody was gonna die in this episode? I have memory. There's no space for you. I just don't have the fighting type. We need Oshawott. Oh my god. What are you doing to me? I have to keep fishing. This thing's really good though, it's cracked. Who thought anybody was gonna die in this episode? Even when Belinda got shot, I was only watching now to be like, is there gonna be any consequence to anybody in this episode? That would be awesome. Nope. Oh my gosh, why is everybody so strong? Yeah, the doctor and Belinda, no. Bald. Oh my god, this is awful. That's interesting. There's more. 10, 16. That's pretty good. I have to put this guy in. At least no cats were extinguished. No cats died in the first episode, technically. I didn't see a cat. Get out of my life forever. It's pretty good. I needed that so bad, man. I mean, so bad. I need him in the front line. Huh? I need you in the front line. In case I fish it. Actually, he don't have to be there yet, I guess. I found it at the last second, man. Wow. Guess it don't matter. Oh, we're so dead. So dead. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dead. Again. Oshawott. Wait, I just have to hope it's enough. I just have to hope it's enough. Yeah, I think I fit. So all the characters are cannon fodder. That's all I'm learning. DD. All the characters are cannon fodder in this show. That's the only thing I'm learning. Mana scarf. Rocky helmet. We have to rely on Embor to punch through everything. I don't want this. This might be my last round. I might die here. It could all be over. It's over. Yes! For him! I don't know. It was so death for death's sake. People just died at the end for no reason. And I guess it's gonna come back, right?
So we have our two sacrifices on the screen
60
here.
episodes.
Neither of them look like the Doctor. In both episodes, the Doctor's so lucky that somebody else decides they just want to give their life away. Shocking, really. But anyway, Michelle, you're not happy, are you?
Not necessarily not happy, but it's like wasn't needed. That's what I'm looking at this era. Wasn't needed. That what was
Dude, come
Midnight,
on,
2 years
guys.
ago?
Come on, guys, fight,
And
Yeah.
it-
fight, do
So-
damage, fight.
It kind of seems to me that RTD1
Let's
is a
go.
little too attached. RTD2, excuse me, is too attached to RTD1. And if we're supposed to be bringing in new people and bringing it around,
And RTD1 sucked, allegedly. I'll get this.
the world, it just seems a little odd that he keeps having throwbacks to 15-year-old episodes that people may not be familiar with or have been watching a long while. It just seems like he's not confident in his own abilities to move forward, so he's constantly calling back to the past, which just seems, again, it shows a writer out of ideas. And I think it could have worked perfectly as a base under siege, the classic Doctor Who trope, and it didn't have to be the creature from Midnight.
Okay, Rachel?
Yeah, pretty much what Michelle said. And it doesn't, this kind of, this story didn't need to be unbottled. Once you start unbottling, how far do you take it? It gets to the point where like limbs start falling off.
Yay, we're winning, we're
in many
winning.
respects. You know,
I'm
and
top
I
two.
do
I'm
think it
second
was
place right
as
now.
an afterthought as well.
Now, I know on my stream last
I just
night,
need
Rachel,
Jack
you saw me
Mo.
show this theory about the split. Yeah? And
Yeah,
you looked
yeah.
as though you seemed quite happy about that. You liked that as an idea.
I can't remember what it was now.
It was so I've got here that it's part of a trilogy. You've
Wow.
got Midnight, then the Well, then Wild Bill Yonder. At the end of the Well, it says
can't
there's
even
4
use
life
this.
forms in that airlock when there's only 3 people, but we know the life form is attached to Belinda. And then
yes.
it talked about the entity discovered to the concept of life forms splitting into 2
Yeah.
from the 15's memories of my generation.
That's right, because it implies that Shea takes down the life form, but then it also implies that that
Muscle
life
bit?
form is also on the ship, wherever it is that they are, right? Because it escaped. Because I made a mistake yesterday when I was watching it. I thought it said that there was only allowed to be 6 people in the area that they were.
This is
and
so
that there was
tough.
4 people left. I didn't realize it was the escape pod that was maximum of 6 people.
This is so tough.
I didn't realize that until much later. I was looking after my niece, so I was slightly distracted.
Well, it's like I still missed a few lines. John reminded me of, and I'd watched it twice.
Let's
Oh,
go.
look
I'm
at them
winning.
wanting desperately to come in here on this.
They're not desperately, but the point I'd like to make is that ending was purposefully open. It was ambiguous. There were 2 options, really. One was that the creature was either vanquished or incapacitated.
I guess we don't need. I need
Sacrifice.
Fury
The
though.
other
I need one
is
more
that
Fury mon if I'm gonna put
The
him
thing
in.
that really came back up from that planet was preconception, suggestibility, paranoia.
Could also
might
just
not have been
level up,
anything
maybe.
There. There's nothing to say that it actually escaped. So it could be either way. Lots of sort of shows in the past that I grew up watching have left things open like that. So it's not necessary that the thing escaped at all. It's just a
Let's
suggestion
go,
of it,
dude.
and
This
that's
team
what
is awesome.
The profound thread running through this story is. It's about
There is no doctor outfit. That is true. But I guess the only good thing so far about the first 3 episodes is the doctor's wearing pants the whole time. Except for like the very beginning. But he's on a pan streak, dude. He is on a real pan streak. Can't take that away from him. I actually just don't need this, by the way. Dude, my team's so good. I can't believe I pulled this out. I won. I
How
won with
things can
artillery.
be suggested to people, how they react, how they overreact. So there's not necessarily anything to say that that creature escaped.
This is you have no idea. Nobody knows this game, so you don't know how rare this is. To even get this mon in general is really rare. To win with it is actually like YouTube worthy. There's only one other game on YouTube where somebody won with this mon with first place. I think you're supposed to use wild. I use fighting water. This team is cracked, dude. It looks beautiful. It looks so good. This team's better than all of the well. Cha-ching. I do like the Jaffa color one, so there's something I like. He can be cage. Got to trap his booty. This is a family stream. My biggest anger of the show is his outfit. Yeah, me too. Not really. My biggest anger with the show is the fact that the story's nonsensical and it's not going anywhere. Oh no, DD's on the AI train. He says as AI improve, fans will craft their own stories. I don't know about that one, Chief. It's not altogether bad, but it isn't altogether good either. Yeah, you can come up with some good things to say, but like you're coping at this point, no matter what, because it was so bad, and it was so bad at what came before it. You think he means just the CGI? He said they're gonna
Well, I
craft
think
the stories, man.
it's open. I think you could. It's a
I-
binary sort
wasn't-
of way of looking at it.
Wasn't the last shot, John, the very last shot, because I had the subtitles on the second time to pick up
Keep
pieces.
thinking two
And the
parts.
very last shot before
the
the
story?
credits was a kind of
I thought the well was gonna be two parts, which I guess it technically is because it's not finished. The entity has escaped, just nobody knows about it. So like in a way, it is a two-parter. It's the closest thing you're gonna get to a two-parter from RTD in the modern era. But it's not even a proper two-parter. Yeah, because it stands alone, not well. I promise you, nobody on this panel, including Paul here, is gonna rewatch this episode for fun, ever. Like, so giving it anything above a 5, I think is unreasonable. It's almost unreasonable.
noise that the monster was making on that. That the monster was making on that.
Whisper. Yeah, like a whisper.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it was more than a suggestion. I think we were meant to believe as an audience that this thing had escaped at the same time as the girl, the I don't know the actress's name, but the
Jump down the well.
Yeah.
Just shortly after she'd been given leave to go, that humanity being left, or whatever this is, it's not.
Should two powers count as the same episode? Yes, because there's supposed to be a proper cliffhanger, and then the second episode, you don't have full context unless you watch the first episode, right? So as long as that happens, it's a two-parter. But with this story, even if the entity comes back, you do not need to watch this story to enjoy whenever it comes back, that episode, you won't need to watch this story. Is my only point. It's not a true two-parter. It's barely a true sequel.
Humanity to cope with this creature. Yeah.
In the future, this will be buried with the Whitaker stories. That's too good for this story.
So I think it was a bit more than suggestion. I think we were meant to believe that this thing had escaped, and therefore there's room for it to return again, which I'm not unhappy about. I can agree with what Michelle says about it being a burning issue, and RT Russell Davies 2 being a bit too reliant on Russell Davies 1, and when he shouldn't be, because it's all new.
I wish all of these stories, the first 3 stories of this season, all of these stories could have been 10 out of 10 good if he just stuck with one idea and like maybe do one joke, right? It's like, why can't you just stick with an idea? Because he drops the idea and then he starts the proper term is felting himself. He starts contradicting himself and creating his own plot holes in the same episode because he's moving on to different ideas just to virtue signal and to say talking points. It's weird.
Recordings he's trying to attract. But I also think this Russell Davies too comes after the Moffat era, and he's seen how clever Moffat can be in terms of the thing.
He said Russell D. Davies is jealous of Moffat. Damn, Moffat right, Blink. I mean, like, should it count as an episode 1, part 1, and part 2 instead of making it episode 2? Well, Neo Gear, we should be doing classic Doctor Who formats. So we should have episode 1, part 2, up until Who Cares. In the modern format, the best you're going to get is a part 1, part 2. But even then, it doesn't even need to be that, I think. I think you can even get away with just the well and then, I don't know, the bucket. Just make them connected. I think that works too. Like Heaven Sent, Hellbent. That's a part 1, part 2, but they're both episodic and they stand alone, and you can watch each episode's alone. You know? Welcome in as Belavogogagalath. Wait, that's a Cthulhu name? Wish we got back to Space Babies. I didn't watch Space Babies, so I agree with you. RTD got no standards. He's the double standard master. He has an ego. He's fat. And he's gay. I didn't say these things. He said you think he brought it back so Moffat gets kudos. I didn't know Moffat was RTD's janitor. He was sweeping for RTD. Moffat's talking about this was great, peak, excellent pacing. I fell asleep twice, Moffat. What? The monster's the bucket. You figured it out. I like that though. At least then I don't know. At least then it connects and it's funny. It's like, oh, you fell down the well. This is what I thought the episode was going to be. The doctor falls down the well. He's restricted in the well. Whoever else is restricted with him, great. Base under siege. The entity shows up. The doctor defeats the entity. Maybe even the entity becomes a pantheon, right? But what we got was just not it. This is such a nothing burger episode, but people fell for the hypnosis. I promise you, it was hypnosis. Shooty-nosis. RTD did the usual bait and switch. That's why you can't even be mad about it, right? That's he conditioned the 2 million fans so much. That's why when they get episodes like this, they're not even mad no more. He's conditioned them so well. Do we play Poison? I love Poison. I like Poison a lot. Boom, 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 boom. This thing got a buff recently. It was changed and it kind of works. So we might play it.
Things he does. And he's attempting to do that himself as well now to prove that he's not just, like, if you like, a sort of a writer of box standard adventure yarns. He can be smart and clever as Moffat can as well.
That's what I was looking for.
I thought the Midnight Creature first time round was more effective in its representation, how it was
I need
presented,
this.
than it was this, which was a bit too many special effects and bangs and flashes, and tied in too much to the idea of midnight. This idea of, you know, yeah, that idea of the hands pointing forward to 12. You know.
I found it fascinating that that Radio Times was justifying this.
Oh, he's making
He
money.
avoided a terrible mistake. He
I don't
kept
need
it
this.
ambiguous. I always thought the danger with a secret, the danger with this. I mean, because RTD's very good at being ambiguous. He never explains any of his plot anymore. So I found it fascinating.
He doesn't know
Trouble is,
himself.
if it is linked to Midnight and it's the same
I need
creature,
glasses. I
you,
need the
you can
glasses.
have a moot point whether it's actually technically a sequel. But the thing is, what you can say is, after now having 2 episodes about these creatures, we haven't learned a damn thing really about them.
No,
And
no.
how far can he keep doing that?
Yeah.
The truth. Brendan came out swinging with the truth. I was like, you still don't know anything about Belinda. The doctor just sucks. The only thing you know about Belinda is her parents. Which I hate, man. I hate that. Why aren't the parents in the TARDIS since her mother's so great, right? Dun, dun. Kill him, yes. Make me money. Go. Yes. Stockholm Syndrome is a hell of a drug. It might be. It just might be.
I agree, and the 2 different MOs completely. The MO first time round is completely different from what happens this time round. All we seem to know is that this is a malevolent creature that delights in killing and people's pain and suffering and upsetting. That we do understand, but other than that, no. We never got a hint of why it does this. What? Apart from wanting to get out and continue to do this.
We
What
don't
is
need
it?
to. We don't need one. It's,
Well, I would like to know, because that's
fair enough. That's fair enough. But
That's what I think we
the
don't need to
the mystery has substance as well.
No, we don't need to.
What?
What we do need to know is
What? What mystery? What substance? Oh, they're so lucky I wasn't on this panel. Yes, we got him. I can't believe we won. Lee was right. They're lucky I wasn't on this panel. I would have been on his ass. I'd have been like, whoa, let's let Paul talk. What mystery? What substance? We knew what it was. The best scene of the episode was when the doctor figured out who it was. Definitely didn't like the well. So boring. Tell him, Derek. Yes. I wish you'd been on this panel. Me too.
it's for the right
Just to talk
at
mess.
the very least to have had that thought through in his head, so that we can at least speculate. Because
Well, I think he's given us much about which to speculate. He's given us much
Hold on a
about which
second.
to
I need
speculate.
this
Hold on
guy.
a second, just let me finish the point.
Okay, okay.
Ultimately, you know, everything exists for a reason. Everything. You know, so I would like to think that when Russell Davies created this creature, it exists for a reason. It has a purpose, it has a function, it has an MO in life, whatever it is.
Thanks for stopping by, DD. That's my granddad.
I don't think he's done that. I think he had a one-off in Midnight, decided to reuse it again, change its MO to be Moffat-esque, but he doesn't really know why this creature wants to get out into the wide open and do its shtick.
Is it
At a
possible
deep-
that
at a
they're
deeper
bringing
level.
the character back in the next story?
At a deeper level, I think.
No, Rachel with the cope. She's coping. She said. You're right, Neo Gear. They need real fans. He said we need to take over the Doctor Who and save it, because he can only trust us. It's we need people who actually care about sci-fi and Doctor Who to write Doctor Who again. That's really the crux of the issue, huh? Almost took this to try to play Steel. That would have been a throw. We gotta play Dark, if anything. Oh my god, Rachel Coping kind of sent me. She goes, she goes, "You think maybe we're gonna see the entity in the next episode?" It is like, no, Rachel, we're not gonna see this thing ever again. Honestly, Neo Gear, it's not that. It doesn't take that much to stream. You can get a capture card if you want to do like video game stuff. For like a cheap one is $10, up to 30. And then other than that, you just download OBS and you can get started, man. Or StreamYard, I guess. I hope that's enough. I'm gonna take this. Well, you need a PC. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's pretty true. I rolled through the dark guy. I rolled through my dark guy. He wasn't good. I use a laptop. That's why it's so shitty. I almost evolved that, but I think we're playing dark. Let's see what portal I get. I might whiff the dark type. Oh, he took it. I can also make Beedrill. I can make. Oh my god. Maybe we play poison. That's bug. That's dark. We're in the poison region. But it's also bug. I think this is goated. We gotta try this bug with the bugs. We gotta play some sort of bug comp, I think. With this guy. And then we turn on poison. And then I turn on poison somehow. And then we play Beedrill, and then I go crazy. We can put him in the... We can make Y-Lens. That might be good. That might be good. Dying OPP.
I think it was a similar MO because it made us expect things.
I don't have backline. So if we make Beedrill backline,
and then it subverted those expectations.
and put these
Certainly
guys
it
up
did in
here.
Midnight. And there were indications that it was
in.
doing the same in yesterday's episode. I think it
Why
likes
was
to
he
toy.
doing that?
Let me
What's
finish.
his purpose?
Let me
What's he
finish.
doing?
Let me finish. I think it likes to toy with people. I think it likes to toy with
He's trying to press him. John's trying to press Paul.
people with whom it interacts, and I think that gives it some kind of energy, perhaps, or it gives it a purpose. So that's how I interpreted it. I interpreted it that way in Midnight, and I interpreted it that way here, and I think it's a perfectly valid theme for Doctor Who. I think it's quite a novel one.
And therefore, you would expect come the second time it's appeared for that to be a bit more obvious. I don't think the writers thought this through at all.
I don't agree.
Rachel, you said, Rachel, you thought this was a late addition to the script, and I think if it was, that probably explains why there's no real development in what this creature is, what its function, what its purpose is. Absolutely, Paul, you're absolutely right to have your view there.
I don't need a
That's
stone.
just different opinions.
I
That's
think
it,
the
different opinions.
writer should be allowing us, giving us a little bit more clues to make that mind up. I think we're all having to scrabble for that.
Well,
My
obviously.
concern.
Go on, Rachel. Go on, Rachel.
Sorry. I'll just say this quickly. My concern is, yes, I feel like they added it in as an afterthought. It does play on the paranoia, so it ties in with what it did originally. My concern is now, though, that we see in the trailer when we have Ruby, something is behind her back. Could it be that?
I'm intrigued. I was said it in the stream last night, didn't I? That this
Rachel
Mrs.
trying to
Flood demon
connect
at the end-
plots. It's not. It's a completely different monster. Promise. Please. It's a completely different monster. I promise. Not a doubt in my mind. The ideal TARDIS console. I'm a fan of the OG one. I like Capaldi's and I like Eccleston's, or aka David Tennant's. Those are some pretty peak TARDIS work. This is tough.
And after looks,
What are yours, Neo Gear? What era of Doctor Who is your era?
he just used up all his bi-generation energy. So you're thinking, right, so he's weaker, ready for episode 8. He's obviously released a monster now that could come back in episode 8. And I just to add that I'm assuming that every episode is going to accumulate another weakness or flaw or danger. So in the end, Mrs. Flood, if she is the masterpiece behind all this, or there's somebody else, they've got all their chess pieces in place to kill him, to regenerate him. You know, so I'm just wondering if that's the case, you know,
They're
or trapping him.
definitely leading up to regeneration, I think.
Oh, let's hope so.
Let's hope so.
Obviously, burning issue wise, he's one quickie from me, and I don't know how you manage this, folks, but I was at a football match yesterday, but just like everybody, you've got shopping, or you're out with family, or you're doing something on a Saturday, and RTD said in the Doctor Who Monthly, there's a killer reveal in episode 3. Actually,
What was the reveal? He did say that. What was the reveal? That it was related to a good episode that you liked. Yeah, you killed me, RTD. I'm dead. You shot me dead, buddy. Fuck.
he said there's a killer reveal. Avoid online. Avoid everything. That's not possible for everybody. I'm checking texts with friends and various things, and you know, I'm at the match, and if I have to avoid all day something like this, I think it's asking a lot in 2025.
A little bit. Not for me, because I don't use oh my gosh, he has Beedrill? What are you doing to me? Oh my gosh. Lots of chats on Who's Views. They just gave it a 7 out of 10. I think Hughes Views low key. They watch everyone else first, and they try to make like the right moderate take, right, to not piss off people. Maybe. I feel like 7 out of 10 is such a cope rating. Isn't that just a cope rating though? You're like, well, that's like girls. Might play Poison. I might play Poison or Bug. I need this. He said you're 60. Dan Schneider's my doctor. That's pretty good. I don't know what I'm doing. interesting poison type. You're an interesting poison type. Oh. I'm gonna make green orb for this guy. Okay. He said I'm 24. Yeah. That's our granddad. Neo Gear. That's our granddad. Trouton's the best fit for the doctor. You put Trouton over Pertwee? It's pretty based. Pretty based. Bug grass. Are we done with the bugs? No. But either go bug or go poison. I don't know. No, no, why you call them granddad?
Of some people. I would argue, therefore, why can't it just land at 8 o'clock at night or 7 p.m. on terrestrial, and we don't do this nonsense? White Lotus doesn't do this.
Yeah, I don't like it releasing at 8.
White
8.
Lotus?
It does
White
screw
Lotus
up
is a
my
bunch of
day.
rubbish.
You know, because I'd rather watch it in the evening and then write my review ready for today instead of having it
Oh my
released on a
God.
Saturday.
Oh my
I
gosh!
could still do it for today, but you know, algorithms, you know what they're like.
And you want to enjoy it. I ended up watching Doctor Who at about 8:30 in the morning with a Weetabix. That is not how I want to enjoy Doctor Who.
Well, yeah, I'm watching Doctor Who and I'm babysitting. I got a.
She said I'm baby.
Yeah, well, she's not that young. She can occupy herself. But that's not the point. It's Auntie Rachel, Auntie Rachel.
Why isn't
I'm
she watching
trying
Doctor
to
Who?
process anything, you know.
When'd
No
I
wonder
lose?
managed to make a review yesterday.
Oh my gosh,
So,
I don't have poison.
John, how did you... do you avoid this quite easily?
Yes, no. I don't pay great attention to social media.
I got
anyway.
the Genesect.
I do a little bit, and that's it. So
No
no,
poison types.
we watched it a bit earlier, so thanks to iPlayer, we were able to watch it earlier because 7:30 didn't suit us last night. But I understand for the purposes of other people who can't take a device out of their hands, it's difficult for them to do that. But the thing I'm still waiting to know what the great reveal was. Was the great reveal that
Yeah.
Creature from Midnight? Is that the great reveal?
Alright.
The fact that Mrs. Floyd had a
Yeah,
character other than
mean-
the ones being portraying.
Brendan.
Explain to me, but then again, there's a whole lot of this writers.
He's
that are
like,
up to
yeah, I
making
mean-
stuff I mentioned 5 minutes ago when Paul and I were discussing the purpose behind this creature. The whole lot that he says he's explaining, which to my mind he isn't.
Yes.
And that's why, I mean, there's my
Perfect.
thumbnail. I prepared it yesterday. What do we make of the killer reveal?
What was the killer reveal? What was it? I favorite Trouton over Pertwee over Baker. Yeah. My teacher showed me Doctor Who movie at school when you were 8. Oh, so 8th was your first. And Baker was overexposed. He was popular, yeah.
It's not much of a killer
For
reveal,
good reason,
is
though,
it?
I think.
If it was a sequel to Midnight. Well,
Yeah, so,
sequel.
you know, the hype is ridiculous. But, Paul, have you managed to... This is like that Likely Lads sitcom episode when they tried to avoid the football results. Did you manage quite easily to avoid it yesterday?
What do you mean? The episode or the reveal?
Until you
The
wanted to watch
supposed
it, because
reveal?
the last thing is none of us want a spoiler before you're sitting
Right.
down to watch it, you know.
It was too implicit, wasn't it, that it was.
Belinda
going to
was
be
a
sequel
nurse.
to Midnight. Incidentally, I
Dalek lies, but that was not the reveal. He said Belinda was a nurse. They revealed that. It was the first time she picked up a med kit apparently, but no, that couldn't have been the reveal, bro. That's pretty good.
So in the camp that
Young
Midnight was
Goggles?
one and done, and it didn't need a sequel. I felt, however, that the entity was added to, but the mystery wasn't subtracted. I felt that it added mystery and it added a little bit of extra nuance. And I also feel that that the methodologies were the same. That they were. It was like I said. It was suggesting things. It was making people think that they were seeing patterns and understanding it, and toying with them. So I liked it for that reason. Whether or not.
Whoa. Whoa, buddy. No! I can't get another one. Oh, wait, this is weird. This is so weird. I swap regions, so my Wurmples now evolve into Silcoon instead of Cascoon. So I can't evolve my Cascoon, but now I have Silcoon. But that means I have two different bugs, I'm pretty sure. So now I have to play Bug 6. And I don't have space for Bug 6. My synergies are perfect. I have to level up. And like swap out. This sucks. I wasn't even thinking about that. I thought because I had Cascoon already, I could still do this. Okay. I have Venusaur apparently. This sucks. This sucks, guys. This sucks. It is funny. The reveal was good connection to Midnight. when they already told us that it was a sequel to Midnight. I don't know about that one, DD. I don't know about that one.
Even now, I would choose to have a sequel to Midnight. I'm undecided. So I am.
He said I'm undecided. This is what I wanted.
It wasn't necessary. It could have been, with a little bit of tweaking, it probably could have been as excellent a story, but more self-contained and more unique.
Tweaking. Well, we all know from the writer's tale he used to do, 2,000 redrafts, so maybe he should have done an extra one. But one thing it's a little burning issue. It's like a little match that's just a light. But I am really a bit peeved about, are we really going to watch Doctor Who every week and he does a little cosplay moment with the music blasting?
We sure are.
Yep.
She said, of course. He said, of course. What are you upset about?
When you've seen his dialogue, he loves it.
12.
This is the good bit.
4.
Excuse me.
12.
You have lived. You've been everywhere in the
power
universe.
lens.
You're well travelled. And he's got this wanderlust. Yeah, this is the good bit. We dress up. And you're going, oh, get over yourself. Travel is not about and it's cultural appropriation, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. But don't you think, Brendan, this goes back to the point that... regarding this being about not the Doctor, but...
I was trying to evolve this guy. I only need one more.
And what he perceives this man to be. So it's not that Shutigawa has become the Doctor, but the Doctor has become Shutigawa.
Oh, yeah. Anybody else find this is a bit irritating?
And also he comes out doing like Zoolander, like pew 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 pew. That's like so.
What the hell?
I thought we were saying that we didn't want the Doctor to have a gun, or against violence, and to have him coming out there doing like I'm Zoolander, do.
Michelle, don't. You're doing the same as Rachel.
Venusaur.
The inconsistencies of RTD, because we'll be here all night. I mean,
where did you go?
I know, I saw that, and I think I had the shot earlier. He did do the gun thing, and I thought,
yeah, you did, yeah. And I saw that. I was watching that last night. I'm like, that's immature. This is not a mature Doctor.
There's no way I'm losing.
For
Oh,
millennia,
life is
How
pain.
many thousands of years? This is the man that once walked in eternity.
yeah.
And now we're playing, like Zoolander.
There's one line in it where he says, what was it? Like, my old head or something along those lines.
Old head.
And I'm thinking, what, this Doctor? Like, if that line had come from Matt Smith, I would have believed that. And Matt
That's
Smith
what I
was
need.
like,
This is exactly what I
Matt
need.
Smith was young. But
Yeah,
I
because
don't
it doesn't
Now I
go
can
up.
do this.
It just it hits
And
off
then I
what they're
level
trying
up.
to do elsewhere. With the character, it's almost as if they think, oh, wait a minute, the Doctor's thousands of years old and he's been around for ages, so he better say this line to remind people
Yeah.
of that fact. Yeah, where everywhere else he's honey and babes and
Oh, it
Yeah.
doesn't count.
all over
And
the place.
we
Doesn't
don't get
effing
that
count.
connection at all with its incarnation of the Doctor.
No, I think the last two Doctors convinced us that they were old was Capaldi and Smith. That was
Yeah.
Well,
that.
obviously the thread.
I never got that with Whittaker either. You know, she never had that feeling.
It doesn't
No,
count.
same,
You know,
but at least she
It's a
sounded
different
really
Pokemon, but it doesn't count.
She was too really trying to be
Yeah.
wacky, you know.
You think Brendan's the best moderator? I agree. Wholeheartedly agree. We lost.
Well, I'll
I
try and
found
bring
the-
a. Oh, sorry. I'll try and bring a bit of the thread in. Bless them, they're typing away, and I'm just trying to bring a bit of them in. Peter Harrington, why was it the exact clothing what they needed? He did check to see where they were. I mean, that's never happened in Doctor Who before, as far as I can remember. Why? I don't like that neatness.
Isn't it about a man who has a telepathic traveling machine? Is it too much of a reach that the TARDIS could?
This guy, bro. Look at the cope. Look at the cope, bro. He said, well, come on. He has a traveling machine that can... Exactly. I'm already suspending my disbelief to get into the show. Now you want me to destroy the rest of it? Look at the cope. What is this guy talking about? Are you serious right now? Let me take Blue Orb. Give it to you. Put you on the outside. Glazing Brendan. Hold on. Actually, we do need these. Why did I sell these? Oh no, we can't. I can't use those. I can't use those. I can't use those. He doesn't roll over and let people take the stage from him. Yes, it's probably his cope. Very defenders of the story to protect it. Dude, the story is such a nothing burger. And I just asked the same question when I hear people talk about this. I'm like, give me a scene. Give me one scene. That was good. And then it's like, what they usually say next is not it, Chief.
Apply the right clothes.
Never has
It's never
before.
happened
Never has before.
Doesn't matter. There's lots of never has before. It happened over the past few years.
Paul.
Davros had never happened before he was introduced in 1975, but it was
Look
seamless.
at this guy,
Oh,
Great
bro.
movement legs as well, by the way.
Beg your pardon?
Paul, hold on.
He
I'll
said,
pretend
Paul,
I'm
stop
the chair.
coping on
Paul,
my stream.
I just, I just want to say for a second. I mean, I thought the beauty of drama was, and especially the Doctor Who drama, was the TARDIS is bust. He doesn't know how to fly it properly half the time. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? I don't want him to be able to land pitch perfect every time. I don't like that in New Who. I loved it when he didn't quite know where he was going. I granted, City of Death, he suddenly knew how to work the TARDIS.
Yeah, that's a style thing. Like in E-Space, I liked how he was practicing his short hops. I thought that was cool. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Give me anything. Give me anything. Actually, the only thing I can upgrade is this, and I need one more of these. None of the epiphanies of the stories have merited the hype. More cope tonight than any other episode, I think. Because of the hypnosis, DLM, I promise. It's the hypnosis. What if I grab another blue orb? Aqua egg? Just give it aqua egg. No. I think, yeah, exactly. 50% is still failing, you know? And it's like half the episode looked like Doctor Who. It even sounded like Doctor Who, but the story is so bland. It's so lame. We won again. I didn't have to use my aqua egg. That's 2 wins in a row. I told you guys I was pretty good at the game, man. These are 8 real people across the world. Pretty good, right? Exactly, DD. Most of the stories prior to this, 20 out of 100, 30 out of 100. So when you get a 50% story, you're hitting. Yeah, I would be coping too if I watched season 1. That's why I don't watch bad seasons of TV. That's the exact reason why I don't watch bad seasons of TV. It lowers your bar. Your standards go down. It is good by contrast. That was a good first place. That's exactly why after that first season of Jodie, I gave it a chance too, just so I can shit on it. Just on that first season. I was like, I gotta watch it just so I can be like, look, proof. The first female doctor sucked. And then I was out. But there's no way in hell this was gonna be good. Personally, I think it was one of the limpiest of the last 2 seasons. There's nothing to draw me back. With this episode, though, right? Like, what's your reason to watch the next episode after this? You want to see where the entity go, right? Now, I just want you to think back to last season. Sutek. I didn't watch it. But you really think this stuff is coming back? And if it does come back, what's the doctor gonna do? He didn't do anything the first time. Yeah, the Timeless Children was my deal breaker too. And the thing is, I kind of want to watch the Timeless Children now because I feel like I might not like it, but I wouldn't hate it as much as I did when it aired. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I would have hated it as much as it aired at all because the canon's broken. I watch Modern Undead. That's the only Peter Davison story I've watched. That's the only one I want to watch. And to be honest with you, I was disappointed. Yeah, the the common criticism, and I should have said this on my review. I'll probably say this on Tuesday. The common criticism against Doctor Who back in the day would be stuff like, "Oh, he just runs around and do nothing," right? This episode of The Well got what literally just ran around in the dark the whole time and did nothing. Isn't that funny? And people are saying this is the best episode. Lux was way better than this. That's all I have to say. At least Lux was funny. But you weren't laughing if you thought you were one of those fans, right? If you if you saw yourself in one of those fans, you weren't laughing. I knew I wasn't one of those fans. He got his steps in. He had this running suit. Dude, the second he came out, then they both came out in a matching spacesuit that just also happened to match the spacesuits of the strike force that was going on this remote dead planet that's been dead for over 500,000 years. You know? It just, that's when I knew it was over for me. That's just when I knew it was over. He said he watched it for the first time a couple weeks ago. I'm sorry, DLM. You shouldn't have. To be honest with you, you just shouldn't have. It damn near killed my ability to watch the show. Yeah. It did kill my ability to watch the show. This is the first time I started watching Doctor Who since then. Yeah, exactly, DLM, exactly. It was hilarious. I thought the fan book was super funny. Especially the part about Blink. Did RTD even write Blink? Was that a Moffat story? Or was that an RT? I think that might have been an RTD story. But I'm like, did RTD even write Blink? Who cares if people like Blink? That's how cringe he is, dude. I don't know. Any writer worth their salt? Any writer worth, yeah, Moffat writer. That's what I thought. He's so seething. Like, or he's just so seething. Any writer worth their salt would have never put that scene in. Would have never put that joke in. But because he did, it was hilarious. I do need a quick break. I do need a quick break. So I'm just gonna hit him with one of these, and then hit him with one of these.
This again, but I quite like it when he lands. He doesn't know where he is and all the rest of it.
He didn't know where he was going this time, did he? Really? I mean, he's trying to get her home, and he keeps getting bounced along different time and space tracks, as far as I can gather. So my impression is that the TARDIS realizes this, given its telepathy, and it provided the right clothes. It's not much of a stretch for me. I'll be honest with you. I don't see that as a disjoint in terms of continuity.
What? He said it's not a stretch. It's not a stretch. He said just headcanon.
Continuity or anything like that.
It's just I don't want Doctor
I don't
Who to
understand the
spend
fixation with it, to be quite honest.
Well, I'll explain it to you then. I'll explain it to you
Please
then.
do.
It's quite simple, right? Right,
Please
here
do.
we go then. Well, Paul, let me,
I am.
Doctor Who doing cosplay, I think, is not sci-fi. It's baby. It's infantilization. That's my point.
Okay, I see it as variety. I see this as variety, and I find it quite refreshing. I'm not on board with all of Gatwa's sayings, and I'm not on board with the way that he does sexualize
Paul,
things
when do
sometimes.
you-
Unless you let me finish, let me make my point. But I see this as variety. I quite like the fact. I quite like the fact that they go in through one door and out of another one. I quite like it. I can't fully explain why, but I find it pleasing. It was a nice contrasting prelude to the seriousness. I think I saw Mr. Squinty make this point, and I agree. It's a nice contrasting prelude to what was a deep, dark, and serious episode.
Why? I mean, all I'm saying is you're allowed that opinion. What I'm trying to work out is when we are all kind of well-blooded in Doctor Who, and we know that Doctor Who, that works, that does, and I see the dialogue, I see the costumes, I see the canon being broken or changed, I see this, I see that, and when I add it together, and then I get that kind of, not many people like the music at the beginning in the TARDIS when it was all that kind of lightness again. Robot Revolution started with the lightness again, and this light touch because we have to do light entertainment because we're against Anton Deck. I just keep thinking, for God's sake, when do we do Doctor Who? Philip Hinchcliffe must be having a heart attack. Gothic horror, you're having a laugh.
I just don't see it like that. Like I said, I think there was a nice contrast in that knockabout first few minutes, and then it went into a really dark episode, a really serious episode, which just didn't let go of me for the rest of the 40 minutes.
That then also did messaging as well. It was only 47 minutes long. It had virtue signaling, messaging, a dance routine. It had let's play cosplay. I mean, for God's sake, is there any
the messaging was congruent. One of the central characters was a deaf person, so the messaging was congruent.
Well, it wasn't. It made no sense at all. It made no sense at all. You had a toxic masculine soldier, Code Red, and of course that Code Red.
I don't think he did. I don't think there was toxic masculine soldier. I don't think
I love this
hold on,
atmosphere. Wait. Wait. Look at this. Look. I have a bunch of nonsense. Hold on. Bow down. Bow down to the king. Look at this. I'll just do it this way. Look at her face. She, as Brendan goes, but it didn't make any sense at all. And that's when I started cheesing. Chad started cheesing too. And look, Paul's trying to defend it. I love it. I love it. Chad's like, tell him, Brendan. This shit was stupid. He said, but it didn't make any sense at all.
Masculine
Well, hold
soldier.
on, I'm still
I don't
thinking.
understand where you.
Code red. And of course, that,
I
well, it
didn't have a
wasn't. It made
problem.
no sense. It made no sense at all. You had a toxic masculine soldier, code red.
What?
And of course, that code red.
I don't
'cause
think
of
you did. I
nasty
don't think there
man.
was toxic masculine
Well, hold
soldier.
on, I'm still
I
thinking.
don't understand where you get that from.
He said, where'd you
Well,
get that from? He said, there was no toxic masculine soldier. Oh, they're lucky I wasn't there, bro. He said there wasn't a... They're so lucky I wasn't there. I would have been on Paul's side, bro. I'd have been like, where was the toxic masculine soldier, bro? He he wasn't toxic for not wanting to be called babe by a man. That's not toxic. Oh, Paul. Paul's funny. I thought when I came in at the end and I saw that somebody gave it a 10 out of 10 and it was Paul, I thought it was John. And I was like, whoa, buddy. No way John called this a 10 out of 10. No, it's this guy. In RTD's mind, he's an antagonist. He didn't even antagonize nobody. He could have saved the day, I guess. Like, literally, does nobody see that all of these characters are interchangeable? To the point where, like, the doctor could be playing any other role. You know what I'm saying? Melinda could be playing any other role, and the story would be fine. You know what I'm saying? Does this make sense? Like, none of these characters have to play the role they're in. None of these characters necessarily facilitates the plot. Right? Just the entity. And that doesn't even have a effing... You can't even see it. Cassio is a rational and dismissed female captain. Is that what he did? Is that what he did? I didn't get that at all. And I basically watched it 3 times. I didn't get that feeling at all. I got the feeling he didn't really care for the doctor, which is like, who wouldn't? When he shows up out of nowhere and calls you babe. And then you're like, please don't call me babe, that's not appropriate. And then he calls you hun. Why didn't one of the women in the team fill that role? That's what I'm saying. The character design Cassio was designed as a wench to get all the team killed. Did he get the team killed? He was the one who egged on the entity? And even if he did, he really didn't, to be honest with you. I saw a soldier doing his job, and he wasn't really a dick. We had way worse soldier type characters actually like harming the plot. You know. And he immediately took action that killed the team. This team was dead the second they stepped foot on this planet. They were all dead. They were dying no matter what, is my point. Yeah, it says Alice followed him and turned her back on the team. Each team he moved, she moved, and soldiers was killed.
Hold on, because I'm trying to finish the sentence. I normally justify things when I get to finish. So basically, Code Red, masculine.
John clapped. John. Felted him. He's like, oh, it's a good panel. She's like, this is a pretty good panel.
Soldier challenging a female boss. I could tell in the script that that's,
This
very
Sunspear.
nasty.
The Sunspear is the best, bro.
And it linked with our Robot Revolution toxic masculinity. The main toxic masculinity I saw was a male lead called the Doctor ignoring the female commander and getting her, in the end, to be torn to actually kill herself because that monster got off the planet.
Whoa.
He, a male, ignored her. And of course, these twisted contortions of virtue signaling messaging
Tell him.
just blew up in the face of RTD because he couldn't see the consistency.
Felt it. Oh, yo, he said he couldn't even see the inconsistencies in his own episode. Felt it. And I love Paul is like, just sustain your disbelief. Just sustain your disbelief. It's like, yeah, but like the actions they took actively went against what they were trying to accomplish, man. It doesn't even make sense.
Okay, I didn't
He said, look, justify the plot. Why did the plot make sense, Paul?
see it like that at all. I didn't see the male as toxic. I felt that he felt that mutiny was necessary. I felt that control. He felt that.
Oh, the mutiny. Yeah, I remember that part now. It was so bland and so boring. I forgot there was a mutiny in this episode. What? I watched it yesterday. What? I forgot about that part. Yeah, he goes all code red, right? The red card or whatever. And he's like, this is exactly what it's for. He went insubordinate. And honestly, I wasn't even mad at him because the situation already looked stupid. The Doctor wasn't giving me any hope like that he was gonna defeat this monster. It's a monster that they know can kill, and their captain was lackadaisical at best. So the captain had to off him and regain control. I must have fell asleep at that part, bro. That really happened? I must have fell asleep, and then when Belinda got shot, I woke up. She killed him? Wait, how did I miss that? She killed him? That's wild. It was more of a hissy fit. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was more of a hissy fit than a realistic mutiny. Because really all he was like, he really was just like, no, I disagree with where this direction was going. Which, by the way, I guess he was right. Because they didn't destroy the monster in the end. The monster escaped. And more people died. Including the captain. So... I didn't say this on my first impressions. But the truth is, the only lesson I learned from this episode was that anytime you listen to a woman, you suffer. Which I already knew. And I enjoy women quite a bit. But I would never listen and do what they say. Not unless, it relates to something not important, like my life. Like if it's related to my life, I don't think I would listen to her in this situation. If it's like we're raising kids, sure, I'll let her take point. But in the end, it seems like Cassio was correct in trying to get out of this situation and killing people. and you watched it 3 times. Technically, I watched it 3 times because I fell asleep. So like I got up to, I don't even remember. I really don't. The episode was so fucking boring. I got up to some part with the deaf girl or the mute girl. Deaf. She's deaf. And I just fell asleep. So then when I woke up again, I was like, I'm not gonna go all the way back because I don't want to watch the toxic scene. Let me start 5 minutes back. I watched a little bit more, fell asleep again. And then when I woke up before the show, I was like, well, I need to finish the episode. So I just started it from the beginning and powered through to the end. So I basically watched it 3 times. And I don't, and I didn't even remember the mutiny part, bro. It was such a bad mutiny. Alright, let me fix my screen. The faces are perfect though. It's exactly what I would have been doing if I was on the panel. The faces were really perfect in Kino. Oh, it's at the top, that's why. Boom doo doo doom 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 doom. How's that? Is this a good spot for it? I don't know a good spot for it. That is the stupidity of RTD. That's what I'm saying. It's like none of the stuff is actually written properly. The bones of these episodes are just so basic and boring that anything can collapse your skeletal structure and then you're screwed. If he watches it a 4th time, Sonny will blow up. Actually, I don't think I'll ever watch this episode ever again, if I'm being honest. And I'm gonna be on another panel show for this episode on Tuesday, on the Sensphere. Come on out, Neo Gear. There's just no way I can watch this episode again. It's so boring. And the beginning part pisses me off. There's not a good scene in this episode, and people are hailing it like it's great. It's crazy to me.
Control was being lost, and he had to step in. He
Okay.
felt that his troops were being threatened. It wasn't toxicity at all. It was just a sense of duty.
See, and that's where I'd be gaslighting Paul here. I'd be like, Paul's 100% correct, Brandon here. You're wrong. He wasn't toxic. If anything, he was a real man. And he was right in the end. So, that's not where you want to hang your hat on, buddy.
I didn't see it as toxic masculinity at all.
Okay, Rachel.
Actually,
Rachel's like, it wasn't
I would
toxic.
say that he was just trying to fulfill a sense of duty, and at that moment in time, there was paranoia going on. They were all scared, so he just took charge.
I'm going
They paid the price for it.
Let me just define. Everybody else likes to finish their sentence if they're interrupted. I'll just say this because I don't like words put in my mouth.
Dude, this panel was spicy, bro. This panel was super spicy. I'm kind of for it.
Right. Let me just say very clearly, to define things rather than people put words in my mouth, that I didn't say in the word the toxic masculinity. I will always judge RTD by his season. That's what a Doctor Who fan does. Only 2 weeks ago, he was waffling on about toxic masculinity. This week, we had the director, a very good director, focusing us, seeing the faces of the Doctor and Belinda, not like that Cassio, not like the way he was behaving, and then make it a dramatic moment that he challenged the female boss. And I'm not supposed to think that was another...
These were the dramatic points of the episode, right? And they just fall completely flat. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, dude. And I don't want to say you should be embarrassed for liking it or watching it, but it's embarrassing.
version of toxic masculinity being presented by RTD in the script. Over to you, John.
Yeah, and forgive me, it's just nice for once not to be the source of all the grief from the aggro. So it's nice, great to take a little step back there. Yeah, I two things, if I may. I agree with you, Brendan. I did think it was, and because he could have put those words into somebody else's, another character's mouth, but he didn't. He put them into that soldier. So it wasn't a female soldier. It was a male, and da. We're going and going for that. But more importantly, if I can take it back to your initial point about the clothing, where we started all of this, I'm going to be very fair to them. And given the fact that we know who appeared at the end of this, Mrs. Flood, and seemed to have a bigger role in this, perhaps the role of the clothing was part of a Machiavellian plan, that there's a lot more going on here than we know. So that's to be kind to them.
Whoa, buddy. He said the clothing might have been a tip-off to the larger plot. Whoa, buddy. No. He's gonna be very disappointed. That's a cope and a half. That's a cope and a half.
About that particular point. But if that turns out not to be the case, then yes, again, and this is twice in the one stream, I'm going to agree with you, because that's not what the Doctor does. You know what I mean? The Doctor doesn't have the exact match for the exact moment at the exact time. And if he suddenly does now, then yet again, it's not Doctor Who.
Well, Paul Mabley is obviously he's thinking there's toxic masculinity flying in this panel. No, but, we could get ourselves very meta.
Can I just staying where it belongs?
Can I just say something about Cassio? At the end, he was credited by the people. When they were sort of giving them posthumous honors, Cassio was credited by them because they said he did his best. It was acknowledged that he was just trying to do what was right for the entire.
Okay, but how many people can we really credit for acting in this episode? You know what I'm saying? Like, what did they do? See ya, DD. Uh-oh. Got a lot of work to do at home. Look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. Look forward to yapping. See ya, DD. Thanks for coming by. It's really cool. I don't know what to do. This is only interesting because I have two of them. I probably should have kept that. That's pretty good.
People, not just just the Doctor or anybody else, but he was trying to protect everybody, and that's the impression I got. I didn't see a semblance of toxicity from him, and I don't understand your idea.
I didn't see
a
really semblance.
Well, you don't see it, I do.
That's fine. That's fine.
I think Michelle. I find it more interesting that there were more females that survived in that situation.
Right.
Where were the males? I mean, God,
they're incapable. They're incompetent buffoons. That's all. They're incapable, incompetent buffoons. So of course they have to die, right? But we all know that's not reality.
Kind of marginal, peripheral, it seemed to me.
Brent, at first I didn't see the toxic masculinity, but I think you bring up a really good point here, because my thing that I was noticing is that Cassio, he's raising concerns that this guy has popped up out of the middle of nowhere, doesn't know anything, and is now being, given authority when the current iteration of the Doctor isn't even written to create respect, that he knows what's going on. He doesn't say gravitas. So that would be a natural question to say, why are you listening to this dude who just called me honey?
Exactly.
Michelle, this is something that they've done a lot.
Wait, she's calling him out. She's like, it don't even make sense.
You see that happen when the Doctor.
Of course he would call him out. Didn't I say that earlier? Wait, Michelle, was there for me. I said that earlier. I was like, well, it's only natural that somebody would rebel against this doctor and be like, no, you're not even a soldier. You're not even supposed to be here. I don't know who you are. Now you're gonna try to tell me what to do. I guess he had the psychic paper. Like, the only thing he had was an appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy, right? Like, that's embarrassing, man. That's just so embarrassing. Where your only clout comes from an appeal to authority that you faked? It's a little embarrassing.
And it gets shut down in many respects like that as well.
He does, but that's always part of the initial episode 2 to 3, drama. But the Doctor proves himself by the end to get the respect.
Well,
I'm not seeing the current
This
Doctor
Doctor's useless.
getting the respect.
Yeah,
I mean, watching, one of my favorites from the Fifth Doctor era is Frontios. You have characters in there that are toxic male, but the Doctor proves himself that he knows what he's doing,
Sorry,
and maybe
excuse me,
they should trust the stranger.
Michelle is right.
Michelle's in terms of
Whoa,
the first
buddy.
If you think back to, so you mentioned, Brendan, City of Death, where the Count, Scaroth, the first Doctor, my dear, nobody could be as stupid as he seems. The Doctor uses that, people's perception of him, as a means of getting under their skin and getting control of the situation. So he'll be ignored, and meantime he's working
really
things
wanted a
out and
fossil.
getting to the bottom of things. What this incarnation of the Doctor with the honey and babes thing is just trying to be right on and trendy and friendly with everybody and the rest of it.
I'm gonna
It's not
lose.
part of it.
I'm actually gonna lose.
Recorder offering jelly babies are just acting the fool. This is a Doctor who just has affectations for having affectations. Sick.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Zayas here. I mean, doesn't agree totally, and that's the point. There's a spectrum of opinion. But the fact he was kind of quick to overrule his female leader could be seen as toxic. There was a build-up to it. He hadn't been happy with her decisions for a few minutes, if you remember. He was not happy with her at all. Last. Yeah, the last thing is on the burning issues. Just to give everybody more of a concise opinion before we really get into the ratings, is we've got fresh
I need him
blood,
in the middle or something.
and we've got fresh writers. Pete Matisse, of course, has done more, and he's got his spin-off as well. Rachel, you did have a point to make about Sharma, didn't you? An input.
Yeah, her input, right. But just as a, I'm just going to preface this. I haven't watched any of the making of this story, so when I learned that my theory was correct, I was quite surprised. I don't think she had a lot of input over this script. The majority of this script screams Russell T Davies nearly all the way through it. I think her contributions were probably more suggestions and more of the chatty soapy moments that we got, rather than the sci-fi elements.
Can I ask you
I just
another?
don't feel that she had a lot of input.
This was
my
barely
concern,
sci-fi,
I've got two
man.
quotations to show you before we move on, but
What was the sci-fi? What was the sci-fi? Them talking to them and with the thing, right? That's it? That's all the sci-fi? And then them jumping out of a spaceship? And you say land on a different planet. Maybe. Like, it's modern Doctor Who. You know what I'm saying? It's modern Doctor Who. If we go to another planet, we're lucky. So, like, and then this planet had nothing on it that you couldn't see. It's so lame. It's so lame.
she's come from selected from a writer's workshop.
Mm-hmm.
He's a mentor. Mentors are hard to question
Yes.
and edit, and it's a lovely position for him to be in. I mean, it's lovely to reach out to new writers. I don't knock that, but it puts him in a position of power as well and influence.
Yes,
And of
yes.
course
You can mold them
Yes, and
Your
Midnight
way.
is his story. So if he suddenly says
Whoa.
you can link it to Midnight, I mean, she's not going to
Whoa, Rachel, what does she mean by that? You said mold them? Whoa.
have much say there, is she?
No, no, and
That's not fair with her, so she can develop
oh no, I was just reading your comment in the chat, and I was just about to say I agree with your comment.
It's unfair to her because wherever she is in her writing craft, she needs to develop her
Yeah.
own voice. And the mentorship is trying to stand back and say, you know, you got a plot hole here. Let's think about it a little bit. You know, and so it's not really fair that he gave her one. It's like, here, write my sequel,
Oh.
please.
I mean,
Warren
I mean,
Exactly.
Rachel, as you come back on it, Rachel, there was that moment when I almost cheered. You know when he said about he wasn't liking the look, and he said "babes" to Cassio,
Yeah,
and then Cassio said that's not appropriate way to talk to me, and I thought yes, and I thought actually Sharma might have said to RTD, "This is not how people talk. Throw it back."
He said, you know this isn't how people
noticed
talk, right?
that there was a lot less of the babes and the Huns in this story, and I wondered if that was part of Sharma's input. Pull it back. So
This was
maybe.
interesting. Yeah, this was interesting. She's chosen to be a Doctor Who writer, John. If you get the chance to write an episode of Doctor Who set in the past, where and when would you like to set it? I mean,
I don't
gosh,
think
when
I've
you're a sci-fi
played
writer, you will have
Edward
some
Main.
fascinating thoughts, won't you? She says 60s England because her grandparents came from Jamaica then. I loved hearing stories about that time. I loved how fun the swinging 60s seemed to be. John, what happened to Polly? What happened to 1963 to 69? I think it was a program called Doctor Who. Does this writer know that we've done it already?
No, because life only begins.
He said,
And
"We
the life
did it
began
all."
in 2005 when the show came back, or 2 years ago when he did for the second time. I don't know. I have no
The
idea. I
females
only understand
defend
that this writer,
Sharma,
that the
but
previous
she's co-writer.
pedigree was writing for Hollyoaks, a program I've never watched by.
I don't know if they're defending Sharma, but they're definitely justifying. They gotta figure out some way to justify her inclusion, right? You're like, why did RTD need to co-write this episode, right? And we take credit for it, I guess. That's what I would do. I would do the same thing.
I understand to be bubblegum soap and not amongst the best of the bubblegum soap. So to get the gig on Doctor Who seems to be quite the jump from nursery slopes to Doctor Who. But I presume that harks back to what you were talking about earlier on, the fact that she can therefore be moulded while at the same time we're being told we're developing new talent.
Yeah.
It's still, I mean, I don't know how much of this she wrote, how much she didn't write, I don't know. But yet certainly had all the hallmarks of a Russell Davis episode, yeah, including the Honey and Babes.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
during
yeah, he
season
wrote half
4,
of it,
He
at
wanted to just to tie in with what John's saying. He wanted to recruit somebody called Paul Abbott, who I
Fossil
believe was
Stone,
the
please.
producer and writer of Shameless.
Fossil
So I
Shameless, yeah.
suspect he's long held this desire to sort
Waterstone,
of
that's a
incorporate
good backup.
soaps and sci-fi.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'd say
what about-
that's probably true.
Well, this is also the problem where they tell you writers write what you know about, and this is all she knows about is from her family history. Versus having writers like think outside the box. Do you think like science fiction? Are we writing what we know about? Do we really know what it's going to be like in 4,000 years? No,
She said, "Are we writing what we know about?"
Now they tell me, just write what you know about it. Everything has to be
Exactly,
semi-autobiographical.
and RTD says the same.
She
Canal
said, "Are we
Street,
writing what we
Manchester,
know about?"
gay life. You know, and you think, oh, for God's sake, there is
I'm
more
like, I
out
don't
there,
know.
mate.
And if she's
They
being mentored, she really needs more input
try to-
than what she had.
Yeah.
try to claim that Sharma had virtually no input, but they wouldn't know that. Yeah, they wouldn't know that. I would say, since it's co-written, you got to give them both 50-50 credit, right? At least just assume they have 50-50 credit. And so be like, she wrote half of it, and that's why we got a lot less honeys and babes. And honestly, she probably did write in that scene where she was like, hey, what if we like push back on the honeys thing, because she's tuned into Twitter and stuff, right? It makes a little bit of sense to me. I gotta level up again or I'm gonna die. Put in a rock forward.
How did writing for Doctor Who come about? Because we're all intrigued. We're all Doctor Who fans. You know, but the phone is there, RTD. If you want to phone me up, you know, we've all written scripts. We've all thought about it, especially when Andrew Smith wrote Full Circle, and we all thought, oh, how did he get that gig?
Andrew Smith used to live just down the road from me. There you go.
Ah, well, we all did, didn't we? We said, John, we thought, how
Oh
did he
man, I
get
guess
that?
I'm just
He's only
losing.
young, you know.
Guess I'm going bottom.
And of course, this is
Like,
the
I
answer,
win
John,
2
Michelle,
games and then I go
Rachel, and
last.
Paul.
What
This
the
is
hell?
what happens in 2025 in this highly competitive market. My agent ran me, says Sharma, and said that Russell had read your work and scripts. Now, on other stuff, he wants to meet up and have a chat. The chat was incredible. I really enjoyed it. He also gave me advice on my script that he read, which was really
I hate
nice
the
of him.
fossils.
Then at the end of the chat, he told me there and then he wanted me on the show. No Doctor Who hinterland. No, what was interesting? There's more to this, but basically she said her agent hadn't approached Doctor Who or the BBC or anything,
But it's
and it
because
was
it's not her remit.
no. But the sci-fi writers out there, it's just that as I think we're starting to say that I think you said it, Paul. We suspect he's been wanting to link soap opera with sci-fi for a long time, to the point where I don't see much sci-fi.
I think a water
That's
chip
my
is
worry.
so necessary though.
Yeah.
But then I don't have
They
the fossil.
need to like.
underneath.
There's Big Finish writers out there. There's Big Finish stories they can adapt. I just listened to Genesis of the Cyberman done by Big Finish, and it was incredible. It's one of the best Big Finish stories I've heard.
My
in a long
biggest
time.
fear at the moment, Michelle, is they're going to try and rewrite Bang Bang a Boom in a few weeks with the
I'm glad-
Eurovision one.
I'm glad you took that previous photograph off, Brenton. I was very nearly going to whistle at the doctor there.
Oh yes.
I
I know
might
it's-
take it off. I might feel the need to whistle. One
I'm
before the
pleased. My mum's not here, thank God. Yes. Obviously now we're going to do a bit more dancing. No, here we go. It's our play your cards right ratings watcher. Here we go. Okay, play your cards
I'll
right.
give
Here
it
we
home
go.
for now.
So, our ratings watcher, and
I probably
to
should
give
give it
you
a
a
home
real
anyway,
chance to
but
talk
it's
about
fine.
this now. So, there's
If we
1.86,
live,
just to
which I don't
remind
know.
you. That's how it's tracked over the last 3 episodes. It has not regained
Jesus.
itself. Whether anybody's got
Now I
thoughts on
find
that,
it.
and I just wanted to.
Only
remind
when I
everybody,
die I
hope
find
it's
an
screen for a
evolution.
second.
Only when I die I find an evolution. I wish I had. Let me do it like this. Nope. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. There. There's a screen for you. We're gonna get going. Have fun, guys. Thanks for coming by, Neo Gear. Very fun chatting with you, man. You know a lot about Doctor Who. I want to read some of those scripts. Ever seen the manga Hunter x Hunter? Yeah, Hunter x Hunter is. I didn't read the manga. I've watched the anime. I didn't read the manga. Peak top 4 anime, top 4 manga of all time. Maybe top 3. Maybe top 3. I just want to look at the ratings real quick. All right. Overnight, 7 days, 7 day plus 4. Season change, down, up on the 3rd. Whoa, buddy.
So big.
Wait, why is it going down? Wait, why did it go down to like 30%? when the weekly change is up, but they didn't recapture not even half, or not even the people from the, what? They didn't recapture half of what they lost off of Lux. That's crazy. Wait, that's crazy. I guess he's right about the meta scene. It could have been done better. It's the meta scene that killed it.
Basically, since season 1 started, you've got the overnights, the 7 days, the consolidated, the audience appreciation figures, the change per episode, whether it goes up or down. You'll notice it's only ever gone up 3 times. Twice.
And it's always for the finale, huh? That's because people they're just coming in to see the end. They're like, "Oh, great. It's finally over." They watched the first episode and the last episode. Yeah, in the 7 days, it's about the same, right? Lux, it's about the same. Because it's only the same people watching. People hated that meta scene, I guess. But they're going to love this episode. This is so dumb.
Twice in season 1, once so far this year. Whether they're big or small leaps, the point I wanted to make to the panel, and then I'll shut my face, is since Space Babies, when you got 2.6 million viewers, whether the well did well or not.
DLM, is there any more good arguments from this stream today? In the next hour? Might switch over to Who's Views. I go make fun of them for a little bit.
We're up to 1.86. We've lost 28.5% of the audience that we had when Space Babies was on. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say it's the weather. You can't say it's a bank holiday. You can't give me oh, there was the football.
Nah, and then this is where you gotta play the ratings cope. You have to be like, well, the ratings, this is only because of Lux. This is not the Well's fault. People didn't give the Well a chance because Lux was really bad, even though Lux was better than this garbage.
Or there was this 28% of the audience.
That's crazy.
I mean, wow.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll nip in then. Yeah, and that's effectively 1 in 4, almost 1 in 3 people have decided to walk away from this because they just don't like.
You run the clip of Gatwa going. We're gonna piss so many people off, and then you cut to the ratings, the percentage change over time.
What they see. I think now we've entered the territory where we're almost hardcore.
I figured they would be milder. Whose Views, DLM. I did figure that. That's why I wasn't like in a rush. And plus, it's easier for me to go through it when the VOD is already up instead of watching it live, because I don't have the best laptop. Who cares what portal we go in? I'm just here to see people get pressed on their opinions. That's why I'm here. I want to see Paul defend this garbage.
There's people who will watch this program no matter what. I don't know how much further it can fall without people who will just, no matter what's on the other side, will always have BBC One on. There was always a notion that there was a certain degree of the population that BBC One could be showing the test card and it would still get ratings because people don't shift off of BBC One, a certain demographic, if you like. So we may well need to have reached almost where the programme will fall and fall no further for that sort of slot on a Saturday night. If they moved it to a Sunday morning or whatever it is, yeah, then certainly. But for that time on a Sunday, people wouldn't necessarily watch ITV offerings or onto BBC Two. So we've hit that. But the fact still remains that this is a programme which, even in this streaming age, can achieve almost 1 million more than that at roughly the same time of year. those people are out there, they're choosing not to watch. It's a failure.
Garbage here. Jodie Whittaker's first episode, The Woman Who Fell to Earth, was watched by 8.2 million viewers. The episode peaked at 9 million, garnered 40% audience share.
That's terrible. That is awful. You get 9 million people to watch just because you're a female and you only retain 40%. You're down bad, bro. You're down bad. I'm gonna try a crit setup. Instead of making a wonder box, which gives a Pokemon 2 random good items, I can do this and this. So this raises my crit rate, and this raises my crit damage. Now all I need is a Dark Stone, and then I can play Dark.
We can all find facts, can't we? Like John's saying, there's different ways you can look at this. For example, Match of the Day on just before Doctor Who had 1 million more, and plus, actually. Joy to the World on Christmas Day. You know I've done the figures. Rachel's done the figures on hers. The 5-minute breakdowns are stunning. You know, 4 million people arrived when Doctor Who got off the air to watch Wallace and Gromit. The viewers are there.
Wallace and
No
Gromit go
excuses.
crazy.
Because this is just,
act like he
it's
never
more than just
seen
people who
Wallace
want to
and
watch
Gromit.
Doctor Who, Brendan. Now, this is there are people who want to watch Doctor Who but don't want to watch this Doctor Who. They
I was
just
about to say, I'm
don't
not
want
coming to watch
this
this.
iteration of Doctor Who. They are tuned out. So the program is always salvageable. Doctor Who could always come back. It's always done that. With somebody finding a new and effective way of doing it. But at the moment, we're not there yet. But unfortunately for Doctor Who, we're now almost at a decade of what people being thoroughly, to use a Glasgow word, scunnered with the way Doctor Who's produced, written, directed, and the casting choices for the Doctor being wrong. So this may well be long-term damage to the brand.
Anthony Parkinson here says the real damning indictment. There's so many figures, and I'll go big screen for a second so you can all see it. But basically, yes, you've got Robot Revolution went from overnight's 2.05 to we had the 7 days 3.36 to consolidated 3.57. 210,000 for streaming. I mean, really? I thought that was the future. And
Yeah.
so, Anthony, go on, sorry, Rachel.
No, I was just going to say I made a post the other day about the Robot Revolution on X, and someone replied to me, and I will talk about this in my ratings video as well later, that the
Guess you're
Robot
playing a lot.
Revolution still did better than Battlefield Part 1. And I couldn't believe it because we spent all this time being told that we could not compare Battlefield or the old to the new way of how
Guess we're
viewings
playing
are
a lot.
actually rated. But the thing is, the cope was very real because I saw it not just on my post from this particular person, but on other people's posts as well. They were like, not the same person, but other people were saying, oh, it's doing better than Battlefield Part 1, but if you add up Battlefield altogether, it's 3.65 million on the average score. So it's basically better than the Robot Revolution.
And being someone who's old enough to watch Battlefield Part 1 live and having to fight for the chance, because Coronation Street on the other side, a lot of people watched it on VHS afterwards because Mum or Dad were watching Coronation Street, and those would never have been included in Battlefield's figures. And I think you're talking into the millions. They're not, forget the streaming malarkey. There would have been at least 2 or 3 million, I'd imagine, households would have recorded Battlefield for watching later. So I'm not sure the comparison works for that, so.
No, I don't think it does either.
Well, here is what
I'm
RTD is going to say, guys. He's going to say, everyone yesterday got up really early to watch the Pope's funeral. No disrespect. But then everyone went to bed early.
Dark.
So that's why they didn't watch as much. So that's going to be like the news.
Why'd I take this?
Yeah.
Because we're playing
I mean,
rocks.
Paul, I find
took
it
it because it's
fascinating.
dark.
I mean,
I don't need
you know,
it.
people
Oh no.
go mad about, you know, the minutiae
guess I
of
didn't
the
need the
ratings and say,
fossils
get
from
over
you.
it, chill or chill out. It's still a popular program. Like, it's number 2, it's number 5, it's all that stuff. And I don't like some of that froth anyway. I'm pointing out with that figure from Space Babies to the Well that I smooth out all the bumps and the peaks and the troughs, and basically the trend is nearly a third of the audience have gone in a year. That is shocking.
I agree completely. I don't think any amount of dissembling or obfuscation can hide that. And I think the die is cast. I don't think there's any redemption for this era, and nor should there be. All I'm sort of doing is just as one person watching it is just if I see improvement or a need to give credit within one episode, then I will. I have seen a pronounced improvement since the first episode in parts. This is the first one where it's been an entire success. But I do agree, ever since those specials didn't deliver, ever since they gave no deference to the fact that it was the 60th anniversary, then I think people made their minds up. They've watched out of curiosity and sort of car crash TV, as it were, but nobody really had any loyalty after that, I don't think. Not for a full investment, because it was so disrespectful to the 60th. It was just too disrespectful.
And just final thing, context-wise, Celebrity Big Brother's launch got 2.7, so Doctor Who getting 1.86, and I think it's a similar target audience. Interior Design Masters with
I
its
wonder where
great
this game's gonna
global
go. I don't know.
streaming platform. Kids
What the
2.57.
hell's that?
So I mean, hello, these are now beating Doctor
Wow,
Who.
I have Agron.
And so, you know,
That's a good one.
yes,
Look who
interesting.
plays-
Now, Rachel, you sent these to me.
Steel
Thanks.
Rock.
Samba
Yeah.
TV. I couldn't
Samba
find.
TV.
Couldn't
Yep.
find.
No.
Yeah, Samba TV. This is one of the
No, you ass.
American for ratings, and they just published their ratings. They published theirs just before the Nielsen charts
Fucking
published theirs. So
asshole,
this is where you get some information about Disney Plus. It's not appearing, and then obviously we've got Flix Patrol, and it's still not appearing on Flix Patrol either today or yesterday. I don't know if it will tomorrow.
So there you go.
Oh, you're Rock.
Is Doctor Who even being noticed or measured? So yeah, it is a shock horror. Now,
Well,
we do-
interestingly enough, I've not been able to find any data so far on the Flix Patrol for 2025 Doctor Who. Like, zero. Can't even access it. So I don't know what's going on there. But it's not charting
And going back
unless it's on individual.
to that
Yeah,
list,
so that there's
the going back to that chart, the most talked about show for word of mouth right now in the United States is The Pit. It's a medical drama where it follows life in the ER, and it's like 12 episodes, and every episode is 1 hour in that shift. HBO
hell is she
premiered it,
talking about?
had no publicity for it, and
What?
it is number one. It's getting up there in the charts because it's word of mouth.
Well, here we go. I mean, we've been hitting all the issues to do with the Doctor Who, but we
said
need
we're
to talk
hitting
about
all
the
the issues.
episode. And of course, you know we've got criteria reviews. Number 1 is safeguarding of Doctor Who.
Do you want
2
our
is
predictions for next week?
use of production resources. Number 2. Number 3 is audience engagement. Sorry, sorry. What?
Sorry, Brent. Do you want predictions for next week's ratings, or are you going to leave that this week?
Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm just setting it up for people
can
to know where
finally
we're
play
going
this.
next, if you get my gist. And we score out of 10, and you can see
With
there.
this
So if anyone gives 9 or 10, they think it's an outstanding episode. Good goes all the way
This
down.
is tough. eh?
So that's where we're heading in a moment, and I just want everybody to know, because they'll maybe be getting frustrated. Go, come on, get your review going, you swines. So basically, as you can see, there isn't much to beat from season 1. I've got my pen and paper here, John. I'm ready. So, John, your prediction, just before we do move on to the review in full, what's your prediction for what Lucky Day gets?
And forgive me for thinking that you were afflicted with the same forgetfulness that I am these days. Sorry for that, Brendan. There's obviously now prediction for next week. I think it will flatline. It'll probably come out roughly the same. this a better episode because it was a better episode.
No
Made
Rock.
well, I
Ah,
get
this
the
is
word
the
of mouth,
carousel I
people
needed, but
tune in,
I need
but
a
refer
Rock
the
here. There's no
Honourable
Rock.
gentleman to my previous comment. I think the damage is done with
I
this
can take
now,
a
so
light ball.
I think we're amongst the hardcore now. So yeah, I'd say, but is that 1.65? Did we say?
I'm kind of
this week,
committed
was it?
to.
It got 1.86.
Well, let's say I'll say 1.85. There you go.
I can take Gourmet.
Okay, Michelle.
Oh, I'm so bad at this. 1.65.
Okay, she's taking it down.
I do
Rachel.
need another Gourmet.
Right. Well, I don't think it's going to go back up over 2 million until towards the
I
end
love
of the
the-
series. So I'm going
I
to
need a dark chip. to
say 1.87. Just go 1 million more because people like
Okay.
Rose Ailing Ellis, and that's my
Okay.
reason.
Paul.
I think 1.9. I think 1.9.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it is interesting. It depends whether people have enjoyed the episode as well, because you can see what's happened there. So from that, we had 1.86. I got it slightly wrong last time as well. So basically,
I nailed it.
yeah, you nailed it, you swine. So what did Rachel say? 1 point? No. I don't know. I'll say one. Just so it's different, I will say 1.88. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
I do have a
I'm
rock
not
that
sure.
I'm gonna play.
We all
16.
think
God,
it's
isn't
gonna
it?
yeah, we all think it's going to flatline a
Fuck
bit,
you.
don't we? Really?
Yeah.
So here we go with our scoring system, which there's a whole lot to do. We have this year our Tombstone Totalizer. So everybody get ready because we're going to go into Criteria 1, which is basically was what we saw on Saturday night or whenever
I
you
think I
saw
want
it.
Gardenia
Was
flower.
that really Doctor Who? So here we go. Whoa, it could be that monster from the episode we've just had, actually. Might as well start. Was that True Who or Boo Who, John?
Yes, it was. It was more true than it's been for quite some time. Certainly this season, and for a good bit of last season too. Yeah, so I'm going to be
That's
kind
not
to it
wrong.
This time. The Doctor, it frightened. You know, the Doctor, despite what he was wearing, despite the notion that he is very much cares about what people think about him and how he looks and what he's wearing and all the rest of it, still got a fair bit more doctory things to do in this. Although ultimately, we'll get to the resolution criteria 3, although ultimately he didn't resolve the situation correctly. But yeah, this was more identified with Doctor Who in that it was scary. It had a base under siege, if you like, or elements
it
of that going on. There was an identifiable villain doing nasty things.
The worst base
for the
under siege
Doctor
I've
to
ever
defeat.
heard of.
So all those are sort of basics that you want to have within Doctor Who. So yes, this is probably the most Doctor Who's been for a while. Now, I still have issues with the way this was carried out, but nonetheless, if this was a trajectory and it was doing that, then I'd be quite happy with that. So I rated this as a good because it was good. But then again, when you've had toothache and you no longer have toothache, it's also good that you've just reverted to where things should be. And Doctor Who hasn't been proper Doctor Who for quite some time now.
You could also just
So,
go Rock 6
Just because this is good doesn't
and
mean
sell all this garbage.
what they're doing is good. It's just delivering what it should deliver for Doctor Who. Do you understand what I mean?
I think I need an interpret. No.
I think the true damage
Well,
on
well,
the
I mean,
steel was really good.
I'm not trying to be.
Yeah.
obfuscating that. I just.
What
think,
was
well,
fun
was
about
good.
this episode?
It's-
Peter
it's just
Harrington?
delivering what
It's a fun episode. Long way from Doctor Who. It wasn't fun though.
Doctor Who should deliver, and I think perhaps too many fans will be bending over backwards to say what a wonderful person Russell Davies is, and he's just doing.
Oh
what
my
Doctor Who is.
gosh.
Doctor
He's
Who is
gonna raise
easy.
his max
And,
HP
most
every.
of the work's
That's
done
really
for you, and if you got good writing with the good concept that Doctor Who is, you can knock it out of the park. This just does what Doctor Who should do. So to that extent, it's good, and it is probably Doctor Who. But That's all it is.
Yeah. Now, Paul, I know from your scores, you pretty well really did enjoy this one. So, when I say true who or boo hoo, tell us what you really enjoyed about the actual Doctor characterization, the story,
Anything. Anything, Paul.
I think that was settled upon an investigative, sympathetic, understanding Doctor. I like the expression on his face sometimes when people are talking to him. When Rose, for instance, said that she did the cooking, and then she said, "Well, I don't really cook. I just sort of open the lids off." She said something like that. It was self-deprecatory, and there was a smile on the Doctor's face. There was a sort of his face was quite stoic, but he managed to put across the fact that he had nothing but understanding and respect for her. And I thought it was a nice little touch, and I've seen several touches like that from him since this series started. So I think he's hit his stride. It's taken him far too long, and as I said, it's probably not going to be redeemable, but he has hit his stride, and I'm impressed with him. I also like the investigative nature of the story, how they wanted to explore, and they made us want to explore with them. I like the pace. I like the fact that they established a sense of foreboding, the unseen. There was definitely something there that was dangerous, and it all led up to an excellent first 20 minutes. And then when the action and the deaths and the telekinesis started, it was very well prepared for.
Do we play Monster?
And very well delivered upon.
He said it was
And to
very
me,
well
that's what
prepared
Doctor Who
for.
should be.
Yikes.
It should
Yikes.
give you those feelings. It should give you those
Oh
expectations.
no.
And it should fulfill them abundantly. And it did. And to be honest with you, it didn't let go of me until the end. And the sin of last week casts a much longer shadow than 7 days. So I was sort of prepared to be looking for disjoints and jarring events like fans invading the
Oh wait, it's
episode or
boosting
some
his
such.
max HP?
But after that opener where they went plummeting towards the planet, where they were sort of inadvertently roped into the mission, I was just completely engrossed. There was no sense that this wasn't Doctor Who. None.
Yeah, and I was just Philip was just saying that they thought that it was boring and all the rest of it.
It was
That's
terrible.
normally our
It was
criteria 3, the engagement element. Because
Okay,
in the
fair enough.
end,
Okay.
no, I'm not saying that to you. I'm just saying to Philip. Matthew Burrows here. I would give it a 7. Gatwa's still not hitting the mark enough as the Doctor. One thing, and I'm just shouting something in there just to,
Make me play Monster.
sprinkle a conversation for the next person to come on so Rachel or Michelle. The Doctor at the end had sent that instruction to nuke the planet. True who boo hoo. I go back to the Silurians. Whoa, what, the Doctor saying nuke a planet? So anyway, that's just a little park there. But
Do we have another
Rachel,
dark
your
type I can
thoughts
put
on
in?
true who boo hoo?
So
We
yes,
can
it
find
was
another
a lot closer than what we have seen in a very long time. I would say it was closer to Doctor Who. The supporting cast were fantastic. I think everyone was really well cast. I think the cast was a little bit big, but that is what it is. However, the attachment to Midnight,
What if we make a
I
backline
just don't
in
dig it.
I don't
And
have
it
one.
just brought it down way too much for me in that respect. I was thinking all the way throughout, right up until they mentioned Midnight. This has given me series
I should have
4
been
vibes
rolling.
with there's something on your
I
back.
got rid of him.
That's what it kept making me think of. And then Shea,
There's
the
my monster
captain, she
portal. Yep,
describes the
there's-
planet, and I'm like, oh, that sounds like Midnight. Oh, this is Midnight. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, so now you're just unbottling something
And
and,
the
and
monster
ruining the vibes for me of what
And I get the
Midnight
monster
meant
portal
to
we
me
got
as a person. So it just took away from Midnight, and I don't like that. However, if it had not gone down that route, I think I would have been very happy with it for what it was, given what we've had as well. It did feel like Doctor Who. Just a shame they had to tie it to Midnight, unfortunately, and I was pretty scathing about it.
Yeah.
But
I
I think my reason's justified. So
Yeah. Michelle, I did think out of every... I'll say it now. I'll park it now. Since RTD came back, this, I think, was his best story.
Oh yeah, and there is a stride being hit with RTD2 and with Shudigawa.
Oh, I need
But
to
at the
put
same
in a
time, it's such
monster.
a low bar.
Yeah.
It's hard because it's like when I'm thinking of my reviews, it's like, do I genuinely like it, or do I say I like it because I want Who to do well? So what point is I'm thinking, am I being too hard or too generous? As I said earlier in the comments, is where we are some of the probably the most charitable fans.
Let's
because
go.
We genuinely want the show to do well. We want it to last. And we're kind of in a hard position right now because we're seeing something that we love wither away on the vine.
So I mean, we've had our first opening gambit on the episode. This is what I mean. I think our expectations have lowered, and we've had some such shocks and breaking fourth walls and stuff like that, and things that are very experimental. Doctor Who, and that's me being polite. So when you get an episode where it does feel a bit darker, it's a bit. Some people said they were expecting a kind of Earth shock because of the photographs and how it looked. Yeah, a mining colony. You can't go wrong with Doctor Who having a mining colony, and they all
based on their stage, that's Doctor Who 101. That's classic.
I would say it was much improved without the fourth wall breaks.
Yes.
They really did hate the fourth wall break.
Let's just enjoy the drama and go with that linear story, please.
Yeah, the tension and the pace, it was all there. It was just as soon as they mentioned midnight, I pretty much knew what was going to happen. The predictability, it wasn't exactly the same. And I'm glad it wasn't exactly the same, but I had the general gist from that point.
Well, we knew going into it there was going to be a sequel to Midnight this season, so there was no big reveal to be broken.
I wasn't shocked.
There was no shocking in this. It's kind of like RTD doing one of the by generation of, please don't go on social media. It's like desperate. It's like we're trying to get something, hype that there's no hype there. Versus Earthshock, you guys were genuinely shocked that ad got blown into bits and it caused the extinction of the dinosaurs.
When this is what I mean. Mad Mackham, up obviously in Sunderland area near me, has said, that Genesis of the Daleks, we had that really famous Doctor moment when he said, "Do I have the right?" And that was to commit genocide of the Daleks. Meanwhile, he sends an instruction on Saturday, nuke the planet.
He said,
remember, in Space Babies, because this creature, that snot monster, whatever it was, because it was a unique creature, he couldn't do the alien's echo and send it into space. He saved it. And
and he's also having qualms about destroying the Daleks, isn't he?
Yeah.
So
not the qualms.
Anyway, I mean, when my judgments come in on is it Doctor Who or not, and is it the Doctor or not, it did have a Doctor Who vibe, of course it did, because it was hitting a lot, like Michelle said, a lot of the tropes that we expect. So that worked. Storyline, there's a few things I'll mention. Anything else, John, on this one before I start to reveal the scores on Boo-hoo, True Who?
No, I just refer back to the point I made there. I gave this 7, just to put it inside the category of good, because it was good. But I'm not going to.
He had to inflate the score.
For doing.
John had to inflate the score to make it good. What a terrible time. At the start of the fight, raise your max HP by 30%. So it's only at the start of the fight, huh? Alright, we don't need gourmet then. Oh, I got We don't need coordinator.
What Doctor Who should have been doing for years now anyway. It's this notion that we're all grateful for, oh my goodness, proper Doctor Who. No, it should be like that every week to varying degrees of success, but it just should be like that every single week. And
I assume he'll come back.
It's John Light.
Despite. So let me just show you on the big screen, everybody, and I'll take you through the scores, and I'm sure John will come back. So you can see there, Paul's obviously the biggest change. We all know last week he was scoring a few noughts, weren't you, Paul?
Everyone, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see everybody is fair, and that's what I mean. That's the beauty of our panel. And the same happened last year, that people are aware what their spectrum is of their judgments over each episode. So Paul thinks, God, this is vastly advanced, and brings in an 8. John brings in a 7. Michelle brings in an 8, which means they're thinking it's good. Rachel, 3.
Hey,
You
welcome
need to
back,
explain
Dee Dee.
yourself.
I'm still
well,
slowly working my
I
way
am
through this
justified.
garbage.
tying it to midnight was what brought it down to a 3.
True.
Unbottling
Oh,
a
I
bottled
wanted that so
story.
bad.
You're just
Yeah.
going to make it chaotic now.
Yeah. So you say special measures, and
Special measures. It's still a good story though.
Yeah, I've got it at the top end of it needs improvement. It's getting there. Bit like what John was saying. It's getting there. So there's the totalizer there, folks. I don't know if that shocks anybody or not. Like I said, they've all been locked in for a little while. That means out of 50, we gave it 32 as a collective.
am I back?
Sorry?
Am I back? I don't know.
Yes, you are. You're back.
you are back.
Because I've got a little picture of myself frozen in time.
Oh,
Somebody else-
okay.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah. That's why I'm just carrying on. So and 64% of the possible mark was achieved
I
there
have no
for it.
idea.
So that's not really bad.
I should have gave it
Now,
to him, I
we
guess, but I
move
can't.
on to
Man,
the
he
next
needs to
one,
be
which is
in.
the use of the production resources. Now you can go from director to acting to music to special effects. The panel takes their choice on that one. We don't say, oh, well, because Disney's got loads of money and they spent it, therefore we have to give it 10 out of 10. That would be just a waste of
Let's
criteria. We
go.
don't do it like that. What I'm saying is,
We're strong.
sometimes Doctor Who in classic times didn't have much money, but they used it wisely for the set, say. We all know, for example, the Planet of Evil Forest. Brilliant set design with limited budget. Nerva Beacon. Now, I would be awarding the set design and actually maybe giving it 8, 9, or 10 out of 10. Do you see what I mean? It's not about how much money's spent per se. It's whether it adds to the drama. So, Michelle, you've been moved closer to me. Sorry about that. So, you've been moved along. So, Michelle, your thoughts on this one?
This one I gave it higher, like an 8, because one problem with the
Another white
the
stone?
Disney
I
is that it
don't
looks
need
too pretty. You know, you don't get this. Everything's nice and shiny, and it has this artificial look to it. This one felt like a gritty, dirty, yucky, cold colony base. It didn't feel, and of course, then we also have like the dead bodies everywhere. It felt like this has been lived in for a while. It had this grittiness that we haven't seen in Doctor Who for a long time. So that's why I gave it up higher scores for the decor, the sets, and that's really where I was leaning for. I think the music and bringing back Murray Gold has proven to
What
be a
the
mistake.
heck? He just
He's
annihilated
using
me.
way too much of his
That's
own music,
fine.
and the
That's fine, bro. He just annihilated me. I was trying to win. Second? Oh, I thought I got third. Nice. Yes, it was hard work. Wait through the garbage of the well. How many Hartnell episodes have I seen? I think I've only finished 3. I watched The Chase, The Wet Planet, and The 10th Planet. I think one of the interesting ones of Hartnell is that he needed to be the one who started the franchise. I don't think Gawa would have been able to start the show. Oh God, no. Even if he wasn't gay, the show would have flopped. Hartnell was like top tier actor back then, right? Like he was basically the number one actor, wasn't he? To be generous, I gave the score a 5 out of 10. Why are we being generous? Yeah, I don't know. It's not like our scores matter. Like it's not like our scores on these panels are gonna help the show survive or get it another season or any of that. No, I understand being generous. I understand being generous, being nice, but I try to rate it how I feel, right? And like a 5 out of 10, I can honestly see myself rewatching it because it's like there was something there, there was some charm. You probably had a good concept, but the well wasn't even that. I I can't even give the well points for a concept because it's a stolen concept. It's a sequel. And then on top of that, they didn't even do the sequel right. They're like, yo, this was a base under siege. I disagree. This is the worst base under siege story I've ever heard in Doctor Who history, bro. Easily the worst base under siege story. The Doctor didn't feel like he was constrained. And he put himself there, like in the dumbest way possible.
The music doesn't fit with the episode. There used to be much more care given when Murray Gold was on the show previously. Now it just feels like, let's just put in the incidental music for Doctor Who and call it a day.
Okay, Rachel?
Exactly. The base was destroyed. Michelle's going crazy on this panel today. Today, Michelle went crazy. Now she's attacking Maury Gold.
I had a look at this. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the script. I went for the script. Oh, yes, because that is a real niggle of mine this week. But I did
can't
go
believe she's
higher
attacking Maury
than
Gold
the 3
now.
this time. I was a bit more fair in this one. Now, it has a lot of qualities of Doctor Who, like I've already said, but it's too much like Midnight. I think we've maintained. I've established
Yeah,
that.
he's right about
I
that.
think it's the strongest of RTD2.
It's so obvious the budget was blown out when you have an episode where it looks good, great animation, they do an interesting concept, and then you get the next monster, you can't see it. You can't see anything. Like, come on, man.
To RTD2 so far, but I think the Doctor is still too inconsistent, and that is affecting the performances of Ncuti. And
To be fair with the Maury Gold stuff, once you write enough people or enough songs, they're gonna start sounding the same. Which is why they shouldn't have been overusing his tracks to begin with, unless you do like a motif thing. But the motifs are so lame. Like, like shut up.
it probably affects everyone else around them as well. And particularly if they're basing things off the rushes too, that doesn't help anyone. And I would say with what they did with the ending of this story, I think the payoff is going to have to be really, really big in order to
Oh, you're
make
screwed then.
this
You're
work. I have the
screwed then.
strangest feeling they're going to be bringing this entity back, and
Yes.
later in the series, I have this strangest feeling. Well, I don't know if I heard that.
Here's the thing though, that feeling isn't really that strange because they basically set it up that way. And if it doesn't come back, you're gonna be very confused because like it was very obvious, right? Nah, here Rachel is coping hard. Rachel's coping hard right here. She's like, I'll take more charcoal. Rachel's coping really hard right here. She's hoping like there's gonna be a through line and we're gonna come back to this. Even if we do, you're not gonna be happy or satisfied. It's just gonna show up and the doctor's gonna shoo it away again. You're shitting me. I hit the wrong button. Scooby Dooby Doo. Oh, it won't be the last time. I want both. There you go.
The giggle laugh at some point. I did hear laughter from
Mentions,
the well,
yeah,
but
it laughed when it came out the well was the dialogue.
so okay.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if
Further, we somehow got in a rap on Mrs. Flood and the Empire of Death, and now she's back. So you're telling me RTD didn't close a plot point in an episodic show where he says he's gonna close the plot points? Impossible. She breaks the fourth wall as a non-participant.
is going to
The
be a
interactions in another part.
pantheon of
And what does interacting mean? Because so far, the most interaction I've seen her had was her being the commander of these people in 400,000 years in the future, where they don't call themselves humans. Like, she's the leader? Okay, sure.
some
There is-
degree. I don't
There
know
was
what.
that dialogue as well when the doctor said,
And she's following him through the Vindicator, whatever, fishing line machine. Whatever.
the first time he met it played with him, it played games, and that's when you
Yeah.
thought, oh no, and it leads into what you're saying there.
Yeah. And I did find the story a little bit plot holey.
A little bit.
But I did find, yeah, I do talk about in my review what the plot holes were, and I haven't got my my notebook to hand to remind me what those were, but I did find them a little bit plot holey. And I don't like the writing.
And that should tell you something too. She knows there's plot holes, but there's just so many. She's like, I can't keep track of them all. I had to write them down, and then I lost the piece of paper because it was so long. Like, it's nonsense, dude. Then people gonna tell me this episode was good. Like, oh, cope harder, cope harder. Please.
For Belinda. I just don't like Belinda, straight up.
Non-relative.
I think
filling up the
she's
plot
going to be
narrative.
probably.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no consistency with her character, and yet Mrs. Flood is still the best character in the show, by the way. No consistency, and yet she is still entertaining. And yeah, like the amount of stuff. I heard I was watching a Cope video earlier today. His name is DW fan 91, Doctor Who fan 91, and he was like, yeah, the well is great, 8 out of 10, whatever. He was coping about it. He didn't name a single good scene in the episode, right? But he was coping about it, and he said, uh, he was like, there's like 12 different mystery boxes going on already right now in this episode 3, season 2 arc. And he's like, and I just don't care. And one of them is the Mrs. Flood mystery box, and he's like, and I just really don't care about that one. And that's coming from no matter what episode they put out, he says it's good. It's an 8 out of 10. That came from him. Like, there's just too much, you know? Is she a good, so what is her purpose? Was she a minion of Sutek, a pawn? Did she have independent agency? Yeah, that's gonna be the big reveal for for the finale of season 2. So instead of building up interest over 2 seasons, we're gonna get all that revealed in the very end, and then you're gonna be like, "Wow, I don't care." It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome, Didi.
A trickster of some kind. I'm hoping she's a baddie. But I don't like the writing for her with this strong, independent woman who doesn't need no man. But the way that it's being played and the acting choices behind what Verada is doing, I think she's better than that. I feel like Ncuti has given us 110%, even though it's not necessarily the right 110%. And Verada is just doing 20.
Yeah.
And I want her to push it a bit more and give it a bit more oomph. Much like how I was talking about Ncuti in the beginning, he now seems to be doing that. Now Verada's got to match that, and I just don't like I don't like her acting choices.
She's got a bit of dialogue every week at the moment, talking about what about my parents, and it's a bit repetitive.
Yeah,
It's
and
terrible.
her
Tell her
facial
to
expressions,
shut up.
they're not very. I can't describe it. I just can't describe what her face is doing. Like, she's not a bad actress. I don't have an issue with her in general as an actress. I just think she's better than what she's given us.
She has a felted face. That's what it's called. It's called a felted face. Let's try this. Let's try this. And we're in a field region. Let's go. And in the end,
I will say one thing though. I quite like the tie-ins from the other stories.
Still, she's a god of storytelling.
You know, how
probably she's definitely some sort of pantheon because she has too much power to just be doing what she's doing. And you know, RGD doesn't care about science, so there's no TARDIS. A product of the toy maker. She's probably another type of toy maker. And in the end, she'll be forced to close the book on Gal. Probably. She's definitely leading up to the end of the story, right?
In their costumes from Lux at the beginning.
Yeah.
However, what I would like to see is them entering the TARDIS much like they did back in the classic series and just going straight into the next.
No! I needed I grabbed the wrong one. I grabbed the wrong item. I didn't want this item.
Adventure. You know, they go to move the TARDIS and suddenly the TARDIS just goes like that and it's all gone wrong and bam, they're into the next story. But I do like those little tie-ins. So I hope everyone understood what I was saying. I was a bit all over the place there. I think I convoluted myself.
No, I know. I mean, Paul. In the end, set design. I suppose the standout in a way was the acting of Rose Lynn Ellis as an example. Really, she was a good choice. It was an interesting choice because I think RTD did say that
no one else would have died.
The character wasn't.
Man, they should have. They needed to get the entity off the planet. That's why.
Death. So actually, she brought a different element to it, a greater vulnerability.
I think in many ways she was the central character for much of the run, but I think everybody acquitted themselves well. I think everybody convinced me. that they were the person that they were portraying. I think
Look how
direction
easy it is
was
to
flawless,
convince this guy, bro.
editing, all of the things that you're not supposed to notice. I didn't notice. I just noticed a good story. I noticed a convincing, immersive story.
Wow.
And I agree about with the point that we shouldn't lean into gratitude too much, because this, assuming it's agreed upon that this is good, then yes, it should be. We shouldn't have to sort of wait however many episodes for a good episode of Doctor Who and then absolutely be jubilant about it. So I do agree about that, but I'm just doing this on an ad hoc basis, and I'm just judging this as an excellent episode of Doctor Who. Not
All
on
of
a
this is giving me
comparative
the impression
basis
that
where
this is the best episode so
it's
far, and yet it's
comparing it to the
still
dross
not
that
enough.
we've been getting. But I think this episode
I would disagree with that. It's not even the best episode so far. Dot and Bubble was better than this episode. Flux was better than this. Lux was better than this episode.
can stand alongside any era as a decent episode. That's my thought.
I tell you what, John, I hate that Vindicator nonsense.
The
This
Vindicator's
fishing
garbage.
line metaphor that
It's such a
one minute
nonsense
it gets
plot
into
device too.
1952,
And
the next
you
minute
know it's
500
nonsense because the Doctor tables the Vindicator plot at the start of every episode. He just tables it.
Like, I mean, that's a bit of rubbish fishing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe something will come of it later on. I see
Ain't nothing gonna come from it.
Angie Watts at the end when she reappeared
Yeah.
was talking about the Doctor having his Vindicator. There may well be a reason somebody getting vindicated about there might be some what Art Russell Davis considers to be clever wordplay
meta.
about this. Who cares? Who knows? But anyway, in terms of criteria too, for me, yeah, it pressed some good buttons here. The direction was very good. The acting was good too. I
The whole
don't really know
concept.
the actress.
So Gala struggled to save the universe from the flood closing the book. He's not gonna. He can't struggle to save the universe because he's not gonna save the universe. That's not his role in this plot at all. The whole concept is a case of meta series and isn't real. I think that's true because in the first episode we got the alternate timelines and we saw that there's two worlds. So I think that's actually true. They're actually retconning in like this is all fantasy land.
We were talking about here.
Mm.
I thought she did a good, decent job. I'm not about to sort of fall over backwards and say she was wonderful and BAFTA award winning. It was good, and all of it was good. But I think the co-stars and supporting cast were equally as good in the main as she was. So I'm not just going to assume because this was a deaf actress that she rose above the rest of the cast. I don't think she did. However, what I will say was I probably think I would have given an extra
An
point.
electric chip.
Because again, I've squeezed this into the good category of
like
7, I think, because it was good. So I've given it a 7. I probably would have pushed it further into the good category with an 8, but for the performance of the lead, who does not know how to portray the Doctor. I don't know what character this man is portraying, but it isn't.
He
the
said,
Doctor.
"Who is this
He was
guy?"
dressed as a Marvel superhero with a
I need
tight-fitting
dark.
butt-hugging little number and probably thought he looked tremendous and everybody fancied him, and then cried on cue as usual.
And then he cried on
But whoever he
cue.
was, he's not the Doctor. And even the character, was it Cassio, the character, having to say to him, don't speak to him like that, you're not acting appropriately. We had this discussion earlier about how the Doctor acts,
Psychic
underplays
2
his role in order
Psychic
to
4 is
gain
really
some sort of
good.
advantage over the people in the situation he's in. Should he's just playing it to be cute, I think, and that undercuts everything else. So yeah, good solid mid Doctor Who, I would say. But if we've all been in a desert, a glass of dirty water would seem appealing to us too.
Yeah.
I think
no,
it
I-
would.
This is classic Doctor Who in many ways. It was a lower budget, clearly. Like I said, it was almost theatrical. You had 1 or 2 main sets, you know, some fancy
almost like
spacesuits,
camp
and let's get on
runners.
with it. That's Doctor Who. And
Yeah.
so therefore, you know, as long as it looks efficient and all the rest of it, and as Michelle said, it, you know, the set looks rough and ready and all the rest of it, great. That's all you need from Doctor Who. Now we need a story. Now we need good acting. I know a lot of people had an issue about the music and that.
Psychic Chip
I
might be
didn't
the
actually.
play.
I was all right. Some people said the callbacks to earlier New Who from Murray Gold was a bit of a disjoint. Some people said I saw online. I was all right with that. I quite liked that kind of effect Murray Gold was doing with the music and the effect of getting you tense. I thought it all worked in that respect.
No, the problem with the Maury Gold music is it's so forced, right? And then you fall for the hypnosis. You're like, well, you just heard the Maury Gold music, so now you have to like, it plays off your nostalgia. It's bad, man.
But I think you'll hear what I have to say when I come to the third criteria about whether it all came together, though. That's the issue. I still don't I mean, can I shout out to the director, the Australian, Amanda Brochi, I think she... I've enjoyed Lux, the way she's directed it, and I've enjoyed the way she's directed this one. I've not heard from her before. I did like this direction, and so I applaud that. So on that criteria, we're ticking boxes.
Oh, very much so. I agree with that. I think she understands sci-fi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe more than the writer.
Yeah, and also there was a little problem I had with the pacing of this. There was it flattened out at certain points, and it seemed a little flat. There were not moments, and Murray Gold, bless him, with his music, was trying to get to those peaks where we'd all be on the edge of our seats about something dramatic, and it wasn't quite. He was having to work too hard, I think, because what was on screen really wasn't meriting
How am I
the
losing?
music he was putting behind it.
A lot of member berries.
So this has nowhere reached the heights of oh look, I'll have to whistle again if you're careful in that picture. I might have to whistle. Be
The whole
careful.
concept is in the
I
case
don't
of the
think Russell
miniseries
Davies has
is
hit the
a
heights of
real-
season
yeah,
3 and 4.
people hate that.
in terms of
Your
those
stories
big
gotta
dramatic
matter.
punches
They have to
he's
build
putting
on
into
each
this.
other.
So I say this was fairly middling Doctor Who, which for all which we must be grateful in this dearth we're going through at the moment.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say before we move on, obviously, if everybody wants to give their thread marks now, some have been given them. Dalek Matters says 2 out of 10 for the amusement of how low the activist writing has actually descended. So Dalek Lives Matters judging it on its writing, and that's the way we do it. So over to you, Thread, with your marks, as I now show the marks from the panel. John's given us a sneaky peek to his, and here they are. Paul 8, John 7, Michelle 9, Rachel 5, and myself 8. We all have different reasons. You've heard some of them. Just before we move on, and as people give us their marks in the thread,
That's crazy. Michelle gave
in
it
the
a
end, I
9,
just thought
bro.
it did have that kind of classic Doctor
Rachel's based. She gave it a 5 based.
Who vibe. The set functioned. Nothing wrong with the costumes and all the rest of it. Of course, you can't judge prosthetics because the monster was never seen. You know, in that way, we're all fine and dandy.
And I just repeat myself, the risk of repeating myself, Brendan. You're quite right. It did have classic Doctor Who vibes, but without having a classic Doctor in it.
Come on.
Because whoever the character is, he isn't the Doctor.
There you go. Well, Paul Holgate, 0 points. Oh God, Paul. Last week he's doing you. He's Neo Gear, 4 out of 10.
have to switch
Lee
to
Smith,
Wild.
5 out of 10. It's interesting, isn't it? The Carcass, 7 out of 10. Crimpline, 8. Anthony Green, 7.5. There's always one.
Always one.
8 from Squinty Mint. Farsight, 4. Matthew Burrows, 9.
I'll give
Are
it
we getting a
players.
pattern here, or are we all? Do you know so many Doctor Who stories are
Marmite.
just not? Yeah, Marmite again. So we're all over the shop, but that's everybody's opinion. So where did that get us? That got us to 37 out of 50. So therefore, on use of production resources, it got 74% of its
Wild.
possible
I hate my
score.
life,
So
dude.
there you go.
How'd I miss every
Um,
portal?
Well, now we come to, as I said, and as I teased, this is the one, which is you can have
Needed
your fancy
that.
gadgets,
That's
you
all
can
I
have your
needed.
fancy dialogue, you can
Gone.
have your fancy
It's
costumes, and all
gone.
the rest of
Fuck
it, whatever you
you.
want to say. But did it engage for the 47 minutes? And straight away, I want to say, just to kind of lead it in, if I'm judging it on that, Jamie said to me, I got bored 2/3 of the way through. Jamie just said, he said, did you get bored, Brendan? Well, I watched it twice, and I said, Was it around here? Because I said I'm starting to just lose it a bit here. And so my point, just before I lead on to the panelists, is there was an element where, yes, he's trying to create tension and suspense, and I know what they're doing, and they did it better with Midnight, I'll be honest with you. But I don't know if it's because the monster was doing different things.
No,
Midnight was
man.
fascinating. The stealing of somebody's voice was so impactful, and I don't think that was replicated. And so when she says there's something behind me, there's something behind me, there's something behind me, and everyone's having a look, and I said there was a little bit of repetition, and I think there was the boredom started to come in. We needed something additional. Is my own personal opinion. Michelle?
Yeah,
Yeah, because there is a point with this era where about halfway through it starts going downhill. Like we're like the roller coaster's going up to the top, and instead of having thrills, it just kind of goes. And that is the hard part with this era. Like he gets the idea of a good story, but it's the denouncement at the end that it just doesn't go anywhere. I mean, what was the point of having the Mercury? I mean, really? I thought that was to detach it from and not have it being jumped onto Belinda.
Yeah. I mean, Rachel, I know you can tell me why you've scored it like you've scored it, but
Yeah.
The resolution, because he leaves some of these episodes open-ended, because he's got an arc, he's got Mrs. Flood, he's trying to do other things. There is an element where I have to say you're dissatisfied in certain things, because the Doctor, number one, didn't solve that episode.
No, not
he
at
didn't.
all.
So I'm not
Not
happy
at
with
all.
the resolution. I'm not happy that the Doctor basically ballsed up.
Yeah, it was
No,
terrible.
and I wrote down that I also wasn't happy with the resolution. I think the Doctor made some very poor choices in the last moment, allowing Belinda to be shot. He should have found another way to overcome that. Chasing after Shea when she's got the entity, supposedly got the entity on her back. That was a mistake. And
I had Showbow.
it's
I had
just-
Muscle Band Showbow.
I'm just not happy with the resolution whatsoever. It just
No,
didn't it was something that didn't amount to anything, and this is why I am saying that this really needs a big payoff, and this is why I feel it's going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, one element of the ending I really disliked, and we judge it on resolution and engagement, don't we? But it was the fact that Shayla did this heroic self-sacrifice, and then only about a minute later we realised that was a waste. And I think it's RTD and Unleashed says we've got to be careful with the 6-year-olds, that we have the right message in and show this and show that and all the other. And then he's just shown somebody give their life for naught. But some nice words.
Oh,
There you go.
He's at the bottom.
I was unsatisfied with all that. I thought, what a shame.
Why was her sacrifice a waste?
Because the monsters,
I'm sorry, please.
Why was it a
because the
what?
monsters got out.
The monsters
How do we
are
know that
running
it got
around.
out?
The whisper at the end.
No, that was a binary ending.
What
You
about
could
the
either
4 out
assume that it got straight, because
of
let's be
4
honest, we
people
don't
out
know
of
too
6
much
that were in
about
the
it. And the
thing?
be all and the end all of this entity should never be arrived at. Alternatively, it was the imagination of that other trooper. It was an open ending, so there's nothing concrete
You
about
said it
the
was an
idea that
open
this
ending.
thing left the planet. I don't accept
You
that.
know, Paul, you know that photograph? I showed it earlier. I can't get it now, but there was the photograph of the 3 people got into the pod, and on the side it showed, capacity 6, but it showed 4 people.
Right.
So
Yeah, but
what was
at
that all
that
about?
point, I don't know, but I felt it was an open ending. She, in the lift, that's when Shayla decided to make the sacrifice, wasn't it? When Belinda had the entity on her back, or however you want to put it. The Doctor
I don't know how to get rid of all this
wanted
garbage.
to make a sacrifice, and prior to them all getting into the lift, he tried his best to come up with a resolution. I don't think the Doctor should
5,
always succeed,
6,
but he should try
Yeah.
his best.
7,
He used what was
8.
to hand. It was quite an innovative and ingenious solution, but this creature was either as elusive and slippery as Mercury itself, or was simply too powerful and savvy. but the doctor did his best. I don't accept this notion that the doctor was impotent. I don't.
You know what? Well, I'll add a bit as I come to John. John, one of my issues with this resolution with the Doctor was, that moment they were running away. They had to get to that pod quickly. He told Belinda to stop. He wanted to have a little nosy at the monster. That delay delayed the shuttle taking off. And surprise, surprise, the monster gets in the shuttle.
Yeah, and again, Doctor's fault. Doctor, and this
Yeah.
this is where I am at. Why I've given this 3.
I disagree with
And
Paul.
as opposed to the
The
other
ending
higher
is not
marks,
open.
I've given
It's not
this-
open at all. I don't know what this guy was talking about. I have no idea what he was talking about. That's why it felt in him. What about the fact that they got on the spaceship and it said 4 out of 6, and there's only 3 people in there? Obviously, like it's just so obvious. It's nonsense. It's designed to tell the audience the doctor failed. Exactly. I was like, it's exactly what he's telling us it is. We lost. I lost again. Kamikaze felt.
I think, to be honest, while I respect Paul's opinion, I disagree with it quite severely because I
There's
don't
a really
consider
strong
this to be a definitive end to this creature. I think that it's fairly well signalled that this creature has got away. And as a result of that, that means that
It's
this
signaled
Doctor
at least
yet
twice.
again
At
has
least
failed
twice that I know
in
of.
the task of the hero of our program, and that means the resolution is not good. So whether or not it turns out to be the case that this thing returns or not, we're left with the notion.
I got bored around the endless shuffling around and what's behind her. I got so bored. Tell him, Madcap. Mad Mac. We- he was literally stumbling in the dark for like 40 minutes.
That the sacrifice of these people and the self-sacrifice of the character who throws herself into the well was in vain, and not just in vain, allowing the people instantly to escape within minutes is nullified. It becomes unnecessary, and that makes the resolution all very poor for me, and that's why I had to give it a 3. Ultimately, I think I agree with you, Brendan. Again, I know this 4 or 5 times. This stream, heaven help us.
It's my favourite show.
Crikey, heaven help it. It will not happen again, so savour it.
One more miracle and he could become a saint.
Oh my goodness, it is. Yeah, I'll join that conclave. Maybe
His name's impossible to pronounce.
But the thing about it is, it's the totality of all of this.
Yes, the totality. Oh, dude, John's on his ass. John's on his ass, bro. He said it's the totality of it all, bro. As a whole, this thing sucks. This thing sucks, bro. It doesn't hold up.
We are now reaching a point within these episodes where such is the mischaracterization of the Doctor and the missteps because he's too busy.
Yeah, I'm beyond the mischaracterization of the Doctor at this point. I'm
Isn't
even on
Francie
the
Freeman?
mischaracterization of everybody. Like, nobody feels like real people. Belinda sucks. The soldiers sucked. All of them sucked. The mute girl sucked. I mean, she was okay. She was a good actress. She's annoying. Who cares? The entity sucked because it wasn't even the same entity. Maybe.
He's not doing the job of the hero the Doctor does, and we end up with some endings that we get and end up with a bit of a mishmash, and it's wholly unsatisfactory. Children watching this, the 6-year-olds at Russell Davis, should know that their hero comes away victorious at the end of this, and they don't know that. They're left feeling the Doctor has failed these people, and as a result of that, has failed them too.
And it is a dangerous message that I like that
Help.
female leader, and I thought, oh,
I didn't. She was okay. She
oh wow,
She didn't
And
like
whether you
tell
had to
off
hark back to her
anybody or
childhood
was
or
like
whatever, whether-
annoying or gave like bad orders per se. But like She's no standout character. She's boring. She's just as boring as the Doctor and Belinda.
Bit Star Wars, I felt. But you had all that moment. But I thought, you know, and that was Alien 3, let's be honest. It was Alien 3. It was the big moment when Ripley falls away. Fine, you can echo that. Yeah,
Never
Doctor
watched
Who has
Aliens.
done parody, not parody, but it's emulated other things before. That's fair enough. But but
This might be my
Ripley
last
won
game, just
because
because
that
I'm a
moment when the
bit
alien came
tired.
out of her chest and it was going to be
Might have to switch
burned,
to
and so
Hoodoo.
she won. It was brilliant. Whereas in this one, oh bless her, she killed herself. By the
Mhm.
way, suicide is kind of, you know, you'll say it's duty and it's not suicide, but she sacrificed her own life. You know, definitions are abound, and all for nothing. I think that's dangerous.
shaking his head, bro. Paul's shaking his head. He said her death wasn't for nothing. It had genuine meaning and story implications. Dude, don't put me on a panel with Paul. I'm just gonna ask him what was her name. What was the name of the leader of the military leader in the well? What was her name? He's gonna be like, I don't remember exactly. Exactly.
Children watching, I have to say,
The children need heroes. You know, they're a responsibility for the people, the makers of this show, who hold its legacy and the stewardship in their hands to make sure
A
that the
rock and
character of
roll
the Doctor
music channel.
remains, you know, with all the different wacky things you can do with this individual, remains the same.
Michael Nolan.
For
I might
too
stop
much
by.
time now in this iteration, the Doctor is more interested in how he looks and how he sounds,
stop by.
in his
I like
is
the
and what
music.
he's doing, and how he affects those surrounding him. And that's a
Rock and
distinct
roll
failure
music
of
channel?
this production,
Sounds
this
kinda
production team, and they're letting that
No,
generation
my
of
guy.
children who should have their hero, they're letting them down.
This isn't
Sorry?
just a
oh sorry, go on, Paul, come in,
This
and
isn't
then I'll
just a
talk about
children's.
the rest.
This isn't just a children's show, and in any event, children can cope with ambiguity and interpretation. and
Yikes.
being able to make inferences. I think
Yikes, bro. He said it's not a children's show. Which is like, it's not a children's show. It's a family show, which usually involves children, my guy. So, I can say yes and no. And just because it's a children's show doesn't mean the plot doesn't have to stand up on its own. There's plenty of children's shows. There's a lot of good children's shows that has in-depth plot, complicated plot, emotional plot where people die type of plot. Actually, we should grab this. Play some sort of fire team. Oh no. Do do do. Boom. Do 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 do. Why didn't I keep my firebug? I don't know. It is fun. You run about an hour talking about popular music with a focus on classic rock. Yeah, I figured. Some of the older stuff. Some Led Zeppelin.
think the nature of this episode was equally as compelling to children as adults. I think they'll have been engrossed. I don't accept the fact that it has to hone into what children want. I think it can be more expansive and more encompassing.
Well, I know it's just that you know me, I'm a stickler with this one. If RTD tells me something in Unleashed or in an interview, his countless interviews, and tells me he's bothered about the 6-year-olds, I'm going to remind him of the 6-year-olds. That's all. It's just, you know.
Fair enough.
That's all. It's just hoist by his own petard, I think they say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He does talk too much.
He said he does talk a lot.
but
He talk about the
Unleashed is
kids all the
dangerous
time.
for him. Anyway, I was just going to bring in the thread
He
before
talks
they give
about
me their
indoctrinating
marks and wrap this up.
children all the time, bro. He thinks that's what this is. And so you gotta take account with the children.
Crimplinda Bloom, if the entity is always behind someone, what happens when that person goes to the loo? Does the entity perch on the cistern until they've finished? Big
That's why
finish.
the mirrors are broken.
What about Sutek?
That's a big finish episode, I'm sure, in the future. All the gaps.
What
Demorbid.
about Sutek?
Oh, stuff him.
That's the Sutek purchase.
There's a
The,
real-
the entity is gassed out when they go to the loo.
Demorpin, there was a real terror in that wasn't about the entity, but what about the panicky humans? It was psychologically so accurate. Small things like Jethro finally caving felt immense. That's why I liked Midnight. I loved the paranoia, the hysteria. It was the Crucible, wasn't it? It was Arthur Miller's The Crucible. But it was fine. It was great. And yeah, human psyche. Neville, I can accept that they didn't know about humans if Earth had disappeared from time. Actually, we've not mentioned that, everybody. The Earth doesn't
But
exist
why did they
anymore.
look like
But you know
humans
what?
then?
That resolution did...
But why did they look like humans then? And we know the Earth disappears in 2025. So are there people off-world in 2025? Is that what he wants me to believe? That doesn't sound correct.
Sorry, but that's not the resolution. They mentioned it about 4 or 5 times that the Earth doesn't exist and there's no human race. The trouble is, we'd already seen the Eiffel Tower in space, so there's no shock, no impact.
The thing is, isn't that a gaping plot hole? This is one that I was trying to remember earlier, and I couldn't remember what it was. Isn't that a gaping plot hole? Because
It's a huge
Midnight was
plot hole.
colonized by humans.
Yeah.
So surely they would know that, knowing that the knowledge that they were going in on a rescue mission to this colony, that it would have been originally previously populated by humans. Unless RTD's just forgetting his own story.
Oh, he doesn't
need
care.
in this- I know. I
Yeah,
know.
he doesn't even care
I was
about the
just
story
perturbed
he
at
wrote.
thinking. My big question last night was saying if the Doctor hadn't landed, because with his Vindicator, because let's face it, every week it's a bit like the randomizer during the after the peak time period. It's a bit like that, really. It's just a little method there. But if he hadn't landed, then how would that story have been different? Basically, those adventurers would have died, and one person would have been left being the host.
We didn't
And
address
isn't that
deafness. In 500,000 years, we still have deaf people. With advanced medical kits and all that nonsense, we still have deaf people. Yep. It doesn't go away, man. It's for you. It's with you forever. For
And
their
it's not-
people
Oh,
in
I-
a merely over
I
half a
know
million
how you are-
years, you will lose the
now
racial distinction we
race.
see today. You would think,
really?
right?
So, the Doctor
Especially
made it
if the
worse.
Earth, if there really were no more humans and the Earth was destroyed, we would have less people to populate, right? It doesn't make. Who cares? Who cares?
Absolutely has, yeah. That's
I don't accept that it is loose. Brendan, I don't
Suspend your
accept it is loose.
disbelief.
I don't accept that it is.
Okay,
It's
well,
not concrete, it's not categoric, it's just your inference. And everybody has the right to draw an inference, but I don't accept that yours is concrete.
no, it wasn't an inference. I've actually studied this. I've watched this twice, and I've
True.
done screenshot after screenshot. I actually don't have a life, and I've actually gone through everything, and I've had the subtitles on, and I, like a classic English teacher, have analysed the script. So basically, there was a bit at the end. Thread, what
I
do you
need it,
think? It's
all
just
of
interesting
that.
what they think.
Well,
They
the-
took all my
Bloody
portals
hell,
again!
Subtitles actually say there's this whisper. Well, what? Why put that in the script? Why put in the script? Remember, I've just applauded the director. Why was the director in the script told to show that there were 4 people in the pod when there were 3?
No, I don't know.
Why?
I can't account for that. I just
Paul said, he said, I can't account for it. And he doesn't have to, right? He's like, I don't have to. I just enjoy my stories and move on, bro. What the heck? He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to account for it, man. This is my fire type. This is more fun. I can make anything into a fire type. I just took my fire type. And I have a fire chip. I didn't know I had that fire chip. But that is what Paul thinks. Is kind of thinking to give RTD the idea he can continue what he's doing, and that's why he keeps doing what he's doing, dude. The show is written for fans like Paul. This is as much as I don't want to admit it, it's written for him, not for me. People who can turn off their brain and just enjoy whatever they're given.
I think it's an open ending at this point.
He said
I
it's
see it
open
as
ending.
binary. I see it could either have perished or become incapacitated on the planet, or I feel that the other trooper, the girl, thought she saw something because she was privy to what happened down on the planet. There was no actual shot of the silhouette behind. I forget the black girl's name. There was no shot of the creature behind her when the other girl said she thought she saw something. And in at least one other instance, there was no shot of this silhouette behind it when that other trooper said he saw something. So I think ambiguity there was a viewing of ambiguity in this. That's how I see it.
You see, it was just that soldier, the female soldier at the very end. I mean, put it this way, why would RTD write that scene? Do you know what I mean? Why is that scene in? Why was that shot of
I have no idea.
4 instead of the 3? And why did the
it's to trick you into having an emotional
soldier
payoff.
who I hadn't seen before, really?
That's why.
And she said, and she looked quizzical to her. That's a non-event scene unless the inference is what I've just been saying.
it's because of the presupposition that person was privy to what happened. Now, if it should happen that this comes back as the pantheon of the gods, then fair enough.
Presupposition.
Okay. There's nothing I'll be able to say. But in terms of this episode, I feel that it was pitched in that way, and that's how I saw it. It's not that I'm choosing to see it. That's how I saw it. Any whispers or anything could be her imagination. She's had a briefing on what happened, and she's prone to seeing things just like some of the others did, and that's how I see it. A binary ending at this point.
Brent, I if I could just throw in just
T-pose.
Just to finish this off, yeah, I absolutely pose entitled to that, and it may well be that she imagined this, but the other evidence you give in terms of there's a second person saying what's that behind you, there was the number, the discrepancy over the numbers. We as the viewers are being invited to believe something. That's the point behind this. If you choose to ignore that and say, well, no, actually, the whole thing was resolved, also fine. But nonetheless, the writer is choosing to leave us and younger people to think that the Doctor failed. This thing escaped. And had the Doctor not been there, it would still have been contained.
Yeah. Just to wrap up with various people in the thread, you've been lovely tonight, thread, and I've tried to bring you in as much as I can.
This
Lee
is
Smith,
where
the
I
creature,
came in.
Caught up to them because the Doctor stopped to see it. I'm not going to respond to them now. I'm just going to let you have your say. Raymond Williams, I clearly got the impression that it had got back out. Excuse me. Squinty Mint, she saved Belinda's life by self-sacrifice and rationalised it as part of her job, duty. And we don't know if Shooty's actions did result in the monster escaping.
Wow.
Just as well laser.
Yep,
It probably sat and watched her jump down a hole confused.
Eating popcorn.
I was sleeping.
Farsight, oh yes, he was impotent. He fought Sutek, Fenric, and had a solution.
I was sleeping, or I would have been typing all the nonsense I was saying right now.
Yes. Dead Man is more on Paul's side, talking about the paranoia is maybe what we saw there, rather than it actually happening. Dalek Lives Matter says it escaped. It's an alien trope crossed with a numpty doctor. Because there was a lot of alien resonances with this, I thought. But yeah. And let's have a look. Self-sacrifice, says Lee Smith.
Yeah.
TARDIS is going to look like a very diverse train. Is that what you're saying there? Right. Gosh, loads going on. I think we need the scores on the doors, don't we? That's what we need. So, let's go to it. So this is the key, isn't it?
This man Paul gave it a 10, bro. Criminal. Criminal. John gave it a 3. Oh, hey, base John. I don't know what to do. We might need an electric ship. We can run that. Fire palm what? That's a drop. It's only light too. Oh, let's see a little bit of Hugh's views while I lose this game. Okay. Make another fire chip.
Oh, you'll be delighted and somewhat surprised to know that you can now own Who's Views merchandise. Yes, a range of mugs, t-shirts, hats.
Got it.
Yes. Yeah. I've got one anyway. It's
Terribly.
fine.
You've got one?
No, I'm not. I'm kidding. No.
I was going to say, woo, get him. James Smith was, I'm amazed they didn't round it up to even further to 0 decimal places and call it 2 million. Definitely something going on there, wasn't it, everybody? But it is good to see you all coming into the chat as we get into the well. I'm going to say right now, so that everybody knows straight away, actually, these two are doing nothing for me. Again, I'm going to say I cannot see the Doctor and Gatwa's performance.
Base. He said these two suck. They're bland.
Even in this, in my opinion, slightly better.
I'll see you over there, DD. Yeah, I think I'll stop by, I think, when I'm done with this game. I have a couple minutes on this.
Better than what we've been given episodes, but I couldn't see him playing the Doctor. And for some reason, Belinda is grating on me. Anyway, there you go.
She doesn't make you warm to her, does she?
No.
What do you think it is about her then? Because I just...
She sucks.
I think she's still too aggressive, isn't she? I kind of joked about making Tegan look likable, but she needs to soften a bit because I know she's desperate to get home. But even when she's interacting with people within this episode, she's still a bit aggressive. You know what I mean? I think.
I think you know as well what she's been like outside of the show as well, the kind of things she's posted and the things that she's said in interviews, and that's like Gatwa. It's designed, I think, to get them back up.
Yeah.
And then you're already on your guard with them, so when they come across as slightly unlikable, it just increases that feeling, I think. And I think I'm not necessarily sure she'll.
Not the
I mean, it's 8 episodes, you know, and she's dug herself a big hole like Gatwa did with Touching Grass already.
Yeah.
I don't think she's got time to. I mean, next episode is mostly about Millie Gibson's character anyway.
Yes.
So I don't think she's going to have time to redeem herself and build up any kind of like.
Might be a full fighting pivot.
Well, that'll leave 4 episodes left after that one, won't it? It's not long at all, is it?
No. And could they made her so quite obnoxious and quite irritating and rude in that first episode?
Can't win.
They've not really, and in the last episode, Lux didn't really spend much time on her as a companion or developing her as a character.
Yeah.
So when you're thrown into an episode like The Well, where it is, you know, kind of you can call it like a thriller, but it's not there for character development, right? It's so I think it's really beyond her being a nurse and wanting to help people because that's her job and her duty. There's nothing else about her character.
Wish I kept one of those.
Is making her more likable. I think that's the only thing that they try to focus on in the past 3 episodes, and that's quite a simplistic kind of. And character that she is at the moment. It's not being developed on. So I think that's the problem. And then, as you guys say, if you've got 8 episodes,
This guy's talking about developing
13,
character, bro.
you could
What?
develop that over a period of episodes. Now it's you're not really going to get to know her as a character or build or make her more likable in 8 episodes. That's not going to happen.
This has happened in every episode so far, and it's only episode 3. What you're pointing to there, Emilio. How many more episodes do we reckon that all she's ever going to do is get out a medical kit from somewhere to prove that she's a nurse? It's so lazy with the writing, isn't it?
Do you know what it made me think of?
What?
Bizarrely, watching it. I mean, I only watched it today. I worked stuff yesterday, so I didn't end up watching it yesterday at all. But I watched it today. I was sat there watching it. I'm a nurse.
Human electric.
And you
The
can take that
second
line out
I get
and
rid of
reinsert
my electric.
he calls her Belle, doesn't he? Well, you could take out
Belle,
Belle
yeah.
and put in Bill saying, "Did you know I'm gay? Did you know
Yeah,
I'm gay?
yeah,
Did you know I'm
exactly
gay?
that, yeah.
Do you know I'm a nurse? Do you know I'm a nurse? Do you know I'm gay?" You know, you've never needed classic series. You never needed that, really. You know.
Yeah,
you
Barbara
didn't
didn't
see...
keep bringing out textbooks saying, I'm a history teacher, I'm a history teacher. You know, all the time, did she?
No. But I mean, they brought. Look at the Aztecs. She brought that teaching thing into it, but she never referred to any of that. I mean, Billie Piper, she didn't. Her character Rose didn't keep going on about I'm a shop girl, I'm a shop girl, I'm a shop girl. Did she?
No, because she was running away from it, wasn't she?
Yeah.
She wasn't running.
I think Martha is probably the best comparison, right? Being a kind of a trainee doctor. The way that I think the thing that saved Martha. I mean, Martha. If you look at the first 6 episodes or so, actually wasn't that well developed. But I think if you're what Belinda needs is she needs a human nature.
No,
she
you're
needs a
not being
family of blood
Kyogre, buddy.
to really. To really kind of get the audience invested in her and the character. We're not going to get that in this season, so I think that's.
No, we're not.
No, we're not going to get it because there's no episodes.
Yeah, I started really liking Martha. I didn't mind her in the Shakespeare Code, and I thought the Doctor was quite harsh to her because it's all mopey, I've lost Rose.
No, Martha's
But
awesome.
at the end of the next one, the one back on New Earth, Gridlock. At the end of Gridlock, I liked the bit where she said, "No, we're not going yet." She got out 2 chairs. She sat down and said, "Tell me about Gallifrey." You know, and I thought, yeah. But when you're looking at characters, support
Do we win
characters
yet?
that were medical, I was thinking about this today as well. You've got her going, "I'm a nurse, and we compare her immediately to Martha.
Wish
But
I
let's not
found
forget Harry
something.
Sullivan. He was a naval doctor, and you know what?
He was only qualified to work on sailing.
Wish I found anything and I would have won, man. Like I'm 5 or 6 fighting 4. Oh, fuck me, bro. I can't even find any of the comments. That was a lot of Doctor Who talk. It's a balada go lap. As a bele go lap. What the hell? I don't know what that means. I haven't watched Andor. Oh man, I'm tired now. I haven't ate yet. I need to eat. Oh, I was gonna schedule a haircut. I didn't do that either. I have to do it in the morning. The bottom line. It's about Geezer Rock. What the hell? This guy's living the dream. This guy's living the dream. That's funny. Alright, guys. Yeah, I gotta eat. My brain is getting fried listening to all this Doctor Who talk. Thanks for coming by. This was awesome. I will probably stream again. I don't know. I'll probably stream again later today. Even if it's on a different site like Kick or Twitch. But the next YouTube stream will probably just be after another Sense Sphere episode, or if I find some more Doctor Who Cope to react to, talk about, to watch. Participants. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Adios.